One, two, three. Yes. Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Icelandic Presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to today's conference on the working conditions of tomorrow. My name is Birgitta Forström. I work as the director of the Nordic Institute for Advanced Training in Occupational Health in Helsinki in Finland. And I will be your moderator today. First out to open up the conference is the Minister of Social Affairs in Iceland, Ásmundur Einar Daðason. Please welcome him to the floor.
Dear conference participants, and my name was pronounced almost 100%, I must tell you that. We are facing changes in working life on a large scale. At this conference, the focus will be on the working environment and working conditions of tomorrow. In recent years, there have been major changes in the Icelandic and Nordic labor markets, which have become more challenging than ever before. The conference will discuss both how to contribute towards active and targeted efforts in the field of health and safety at work, and how to work across national borders to eliminate social dumping and labor crime, where companies exploit the ignorance of vulnerability of foreign employees in Icelandic and the Nordic labor market. Major changes in the technology, economic contexts, workforces, and the institutions of work have come through since the first industrial revolution. The megatrends we are currently facing are different than the ones before. Digitalization, globalization, and rapid populations aging are in fact reshaping the labor market as we know it today. OECD estimates that 14% of existing jobs could disappear as a result of automation in the next 15 to 20 years, and another 32% are likely to change radically as individual tasks are automated. While certain jobs and tasks are disappearing, others are emerging, and the overall employment has been growing among the Nordic countries. New technologies and globalization are thought to reduce the demand for jobs that mainly involve routine tasks. As these transformations occur, a key challenge lies in managing the transition of workers in the different industries and regions that are hard hit by the megatrends towards the new opportunities that are opening up. We have already seen this happen. We could take the fishery industry here in Iceland as an example, as it has undergone enormous change that has led to major cuts in staffing, both among fishermen and workers in fishery plants. However, at the same time, there were job opportunities in other sectors such as tourism and constructions. I believe that the changes ahead offer opportunities for better society, better welfare provision, and better working life. But that is, of course, if we take advantage of those changes. Measures must be taken to prevent the most vulnerable workers from being left behind. It is vital that people feel they will be supported if they lose out, supported in the need for new skills and lifelong learning, and assisted in their search for new jobs. Opportunities are in fact opening up to participate on the labor market for many people who were formerly excluded. This is partly contributed to the technology, including welfare technology and teleworking. In recent years, job stability has been declining. Moreover, different forms of non-standard employment, such as agency work, temporary employment, short-term work, and dependent self-employment, or so-called GIG industry, have risen in number of countries. In the OECD, countries' non-standard workers are 50% less likely to be unionized and or in some countries 40 to 50% less likely to receive income support when out of work. The misclassification of some employment relationships can lead to added risk for some workers and lack of support, for example in case of work-related accidents or job loss. However, the standard full-time employment is still the most prevalent form of employment. Among the Nordic countries, part-time jobs are most common in Iceland and Sweden. The most growth in GIG industry is in the hotel, restaurant, and service industry. There have also been new challenges in the labor market due to shortage of workforce with large influx of foreign labor. Foreign employees are less informed than others about the working environment and the right on the labor market. This increases the risk of social dumping, labor crime, and trafficking, which is threat to a healthy and sustainable labor market in all the Nordic countries. In my mind, there is no tolerance against social dumping, labor crime, and trafficking. We have to do everything to stop it, and there should be no discount. Different authorities within the countries, such as labor authorities, tax authorities, and the police, need to work together to achieve the same goal to ensure decent work in the labor market. Yes, I said decent work. People believe that work conditions on the labor market of the Nordic countries are always decent, but unfortunately, it is not the case. It is not always the case. My heart broke when I heard that there were examples here in Iceland where the employees ran away when the labor inspectors came to visit the workplaces, and the sad thing is that much too often foreign employees are the ones that do not know their rights on the labor market. The main violations found relate to wages, working hours, working conditions, worker safety, the use of illegal work without a work permit, tax evasion, and other issues related to social dumping. Anyhow, it's not enough to ensure cooperation of different authorities within each country. There has to be cross-border cooperation so we will be successful in this huge project. The Nordic and the Baltic countries have already started this cooperation with good experience, as we will hear about later today. The aim of the cooperation is to prevent criminal enterprises from operating unimpeded and to significantly reduce their ability to commit violations in different labor markets. It is very important we learn from each other when developing effective methods and cooperating to combat illegal activity in the labor market. At the beginning of next year, a change in the law on public procurement will take effect here in Iceland, which covers the chain guarantee. The main contractor shall then ensure and be responsible for ensuring that all employees, whether his employees, subcontractors, or temporary agency workers, receive wages, benefits, sickness and accident insurance, and other rights in accordance with applicable collective agreements and law at each time. According to the Act, buyers of construction projects have a clear responsibility for the preparation and execution of projects to ensure the workers' safety and health during construction phase. It is very important that public institutions and municipalities are leading by good example, and today you will be acquainted with Icelandic and Norwegian examples thereof. Our focus should be on policy making with the goal to create a good working environment adapted to everyone, including social security and employment protection. We should do everything in our power to be prepared for the opportunities and challenges of the Nordic labor market models and take the measures necessary to promote the well-being of all workers, regardless of gender, nationality, disability, or other grounds. The first results from the ongoing new Nordic study, The Future of Work, Opportunities and Challenges for the Nordic Models, funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, will be presented here today as a keynote lecture and will hopefully give all of us strong inspiration to prepare for healthy, safe, and sound working life in the future. With those words, I announce this conference open, and I wish you a good day and a pleasant stay here in Iceland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have some practical announcements to make. I invite Gunnar to the stage to talk about how we will use the Slido system to be interactive during the day.
Thank you for the introduction, Birgitta. Like Birgitta said, my name is Gunnar, and I will be your Slido operator here today. We will be using Slido, which is an online platform to collect questions from the audience to the lecturers and for the panel discussions later today. I would like to ask you to take out your mobile phones. I know everybody has a mobile phone. Go to slido.com and type in the event code Norden 2019. You can all see it here on the slides besides me. Okay, I know there's approximately 160 people here in the room today, and I want you to answer this poll I just put up. So just to get things started and to introduce you to Slido. And this goes both for everybody here at Grand Hotel and for you watching online. So, as you can see in the top right corner, 25 people have now answered the question. Okay. Okay, one from Narnia. I wasn't expecting that, but that's good. So, I want to see that number reach at least 100. Okay, I won't keep you that long. So, okay, now that we know where everybody's from, we can get back on track. As I mentioned earlier, Slido is for you, the audience, to interact with the lecturers. As you can see in the program for the conference, we will begin with a keynote lecture from Paul Molander, and I'm happy to tell you that he will be taking questions through Slido at the end of his lecture, so please ask away. After the keynote speech, there are going to be a couple of shorter lectures, around 50 minutes or so. We encouraged you to use Slido and to ask questions for the lecturers, but as you can understand, there isn't always going to be time for questions after those lectures, or maybe just one or two questions. But fear not, your clever and witty questions won't be in vain because unaddressed questions will be used during the panel at the end. One last thing, if you see a question that you like or is similar to a question you wanted to ask, then you can upvote that question. Please vote for the questions you want to hear answered, as we may not have time to address them all. The more votes a question gets, the more chance is the question will be picked. Thank you. Let's have a pleasant conference here today.
Thank you, Gunnar. Before we invite Paul Molander to the stage, I would like to encourage you to, every time that we welcome someone to the stage and applaud, we would stand up. Because sitting around for a whole day is not good for us, as we all know. And it's such a nice feeling when you go up to the podium and people are standing and applauding, isn't it? So I think that we will start by doing this for Paul Molander, who will give the keynote speech. And yes, please stand up and applaud. Paul Molander. Doesn't it feel really
it
nice?
feels the first thing that came to my mind was to do like this.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
yes. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to talk about a topic that none of us knows nothing about. But we have some expectations and we have some qualified expectations. But as you know, the future is not easy to predict. If you look at work environment, you always say that work is healthy. It's the very primary source of health for the working population. But we also know that some aspects of work can be harmful, and we know that there are groups of exposures that might be harmful for us. Actually, they can attack most organs in the body, actually, with also a lethal outcome. So we are talking about quite dangerous aspects here. And we know that it is not only bad for health, we also have very good scientific evidence that it's not good for economy either. Last year in Norway we did an investigation by a social economic research institute that accounted the cost for the society on non-optimal work environment conditions in Norway to be about 75 billion crowns in Norway annually. It's about 7.5 billion euros. And for the enterprises, regarding loss in productivity, it's about 30 billion crowns annually. So it's quite big money, actually. On the other hand, we know that if you work with the work environment according to knowledge and you do it systematically, we know that the costs on those actions that you take in order to promote the work environment, those costs are really an economic win. You can gain many 100% in increased productivity, increased work-life participation, etc., when you take that investment. So that is well-established knowledge from many, many studies. We also know that enterprises who are good in promoting, especially psychosocial work environment, they do better when it comes to their bottom line, when we resemble them to companies that operate in the same markets. So they are quite resembling, but those businesses do it better. And here we have a study done by American researchers. It's many thousand enterprises followed in more than 10 years. And if they have a worker-friendly culture, which is very close to the Nordic psychosocial work environment tradition, we see that they do it better than all the companies that they are competing with. So this is actually not all about health, it's also about economy and also about competitiveness. So we know that work environment is important for health and it's important for work-related sickness absence. And it's also important to work-related disabilities. But it's also equally important for our ability to have prolonged working careers. We know that some people have to leave work life early due to, for instance, mechanical exposures, but it's even more important actually for our mindset when we decide to go into retirement, if we have that possibility. At least in Norway, we have the possibility to retire early on lower benefits. And if you don't have a good work environment, we see very clearly that people leave work too early, and that's troublesome. We also know that we are obligated to have a high degree of inclusion in the years to come. And we have a growing population of people that not are entering the working life at all. And we need to have higher degree of inclusion. And we say that work gives health, but that, of course, requires that we have a good work environment, because these are people that are more vulnerable than the regular workforce. So they need to have good work environment in order to enter the work life and not lose health. So it's very important that we do that. And work environment is the key aspect in order to make those machinery run. So it's the oil that makes the machinery run. And it's very, very important that these aspects are settled in the future, in the years to come. Because in most European countries we have this situation. This is a picture or a graph that is taken from what we call the Perspectives white paper in Norway, which we put forward every 4 years at the end of the government period. And we try to see into the future. And here we see in the red dotted line that that expenses for the state is increasing in the years to come, most probably due to due to the aging work population, and also due to disability pensions. We suspect that those are going to increase. At the same time, our income is dropping due to less people paying taxes as compared to those living on taxes, and also a drop in oil income. And that is, of course, not a very good situation for the national economy. And this is a situation that more or less are the same in the whole of Europe, basically due to the aging work life. And the economists call that the shark mouth. And it's very important that we, as nations, are working together in closing the shark mouth. And we don't have many tools in our toolbox there, but work environment is actually the one tool that all of you have a decision to make every day at work in order to promote health through good work environment actions, and it will also increase enterprise economy, and it will also increase national economy. All the other stuff that are influencing on our of the national economy is not that easily accessible on the work life. So that is the key aspects when we now are entering the modern work life. In 1956, in US, they were sort of in the same situation as we are now. They were sort of looking into the future, and they had this whole issue of the American Weekly to look forward into the crystal ball and see what will the life be like in year 2000. And this is the picture they came up with. And we see that many of those aspects that they have put it here in this picture it has become true. Many of those technologies you see here, flat screens, glass walls, dust-free floors, many of those things, biotech, giant-sized screws, etc., they're really spot on, actually. So very good qualification guessing. But they have missed on some very important aspects that really is of even more importance that they didn't find out. For instance, there are the women in the kitchen. They didn't foresee that the women were going to enter the work life, which has really been a tremendous success in the Nordic countries for our national economy and our employability. And also smoking, they didn't see that as a hazard. So they was good on technology, but not on the social issues. And that is maybe a lesson to be learned when we now are in the same situation, when we are guessing on how the future will be for us. And this is the picture in 2019, in my opinion. We are talking about a lot of technological issues. We are talking about artificial intelligence, digitization in general, automation, etc. But we are not talking that much about how it influences us. And we are not talking about how we should implement all this fantastic new technology in order to preserve the good work life that we had so far to a large enough extent. Is my opinion. But that's why we have this conference, because we need to have track on all those people who are driving the technologies, because they are earning money on the technologies. But we as a society, we must also balance this with knowledge. McKinsey drew up some years ago the 12 most disruptive technologies that we now are facing. And you see on the left side there for you that these are the digital technologies that are really evolving. And we see it's the Internet of Things, digitization, robotization, clouding, many of those things that you know much about. And we tend to focus our discussions mainly on the things on that side, which potentially can take jobs through digitization. But on the other side here, we see a very clear also involvement on new technologies there as well, which will create jobs. We have a lot of progress in biotech, in new materials, in energy storage, in renewable energies, also in Norway and Iceland also, I would assume, in how to take advantage of all the enrichment in the ocean. So there are lots of possibilities on the other hand also, which also are taking benefits from the more digital technology on the other side. So we are sort of in a situation after talking lots about that the technology will take jobs. Will it also gain jobs? And that is basically up to us and how we implement the technology and how we as a society try to take this wonderful technology wins into a sustainable society. So we have the choice. And we have been through 3 industrial revolutions before, and all of those have been beneficial for society with better ways of living for the working population. Every time after a while. Now we are in a situation that this is a little bit more vulnerable as compared to the other industrial revolutions, because we have globalization on the top. So many of the people that are, or the companies that are winning on the digitalization of the society don't pay taxes in the countries they operate. And that is on the top level in the EU in order to make a better tax system that we can take local advantage of the wins of technology. If we make that, this will probably be good for the working population this time as well. But we are in a stage where many people fear for their jobs. But is it new to fear for their jobs? We've done that through all technological evolvements so far. For instance, in the first industrial revolution in England, it's a story about a guy called Ned Ludd who sampled this group called the Luddites, and they tried to break down the factories in the textile industry in England when they were automized. And they worked for some years, but of course, what we learned from that industrial revolution is that it was social beneficial for all the workers. They got better lives, better economy in the long run. These are some guys who has lost their jobs. The bowling pin boys, who is putting the bowling pins up again. No one is missing those now. They have got other jobs. In the first industrial revolution, actually up to 1850s, 60s, it was awakeners who was calling in this big flute or something to wake up people. Then the watchmakers did take over their job, and the watchmakers are now having trouble because we use this one to get up in the morning. Vacuum cleaners, salesmen. they disappeared quite fast. That was a very good thing for the society, I would assume. They didn't have the best reputation. But the milkman, he had a very good reputation. He was a sort of a romantic guy. People, you remember in England, who was the father? The milkman. But he disappeared. And now we are in a situation also where modern work, stockbrokers, for instance, due to new algorithms, are about to disappear to a large extent, because the computers are taking over and do better calculations on which stocks you should buy based on new algorithms. And for some months ago, I was giving a lecture in Oslo to human relation managers. It was about 1,000 human relation managers in the audience. And I was talking a lot about people, jobs that will disappear, and had many more examples than here. Many of them were also quite funny. And they were laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing until I showed this slide. That human relation officers also might disappear. Then it was totally silence. So it's quite funny until it hits you. But now we have learned that not many jobs will totally disappear, but they will transform. We have modified our first statements that things will disappear, the digitization will take completely over. Now we know that they will transform, and we know that we will still have a fruitful work life with a lot of needs for people. But we have this dilemma. Do we need inclusion? Do we have high employability in order to close the shark mouth? Or will jobs be gone? That is the dilemma we are standing in today, and no one knows the answer actually. But by politics, we can influence on that decisions and make it good. And that's what we need the tripartite collaboration in the Nordic countries to do, because we are in a very good situation, because we can collaborate with this. Because it's not only jobs who will disappear. It's also enterprises that will not be able to take the digital shift. So we are in the same boat. And either way, work environment risk factors are likely to change. So we know for today that these are, at least in Norway, probably in Iceland and the other Nordic countries as well, these are the major psychosocial, organizational work factors that are the reason behind work-related sickness absence in the Norwegian work life today. It's much knowledge on these factors. And the big question is that, will these factors be different in the new work life? Or will they just have a different magnitude? And that is what this project you see here is about, which I'm slowly going to start a little bit about now, because we know that today, but what about the future? And now the change are happening so fast. That's why people say that we might be in an industrial revolution now, because we have shifts all the time, but now the impacts of the shifts are happening very fast. And we also have the aspect that our winning formula, the Nordic countries, has the best work environments in the world. That's a big competition. That's very important for us, that we have that in a more and more globalized world, where we compete with other people 24/7 in other continents due to digital possibilities. So we know that when we work with precautionary actions based on real needs, we know what risks are, and we know what knowledge-based action we should impose, and we also know a lot about how we can systematically implement these things. But will this change in the future, when we maybe don't know what the risks are, maybe we don't know what knowledge-based actions are, and we might not have the time, because everything is changing so fast, to systematically implement it. Maybe some people don't have an affiliation as a regular worker, maybe. That we are going to hear more about later on today. So if I'm going to have a preliminary conclusion before I go into the project, that the people that are talking about the future work is cancelled, they are getting fewer and fewer, so we can say that we can cancel that. It's going to be work. It was good to say it. But we know that work environment will become more important in the future, because we need competitiveness in a more globalized world. We need higher national productivity, because we have so good welfare systems in the Nordic countries, and that's a very good thing. So we need to preserve that. And then we need to have high employment rates and sustainable welfare systems, which is very important for the Nordic happiness, the Nordic lives, and also the Nordic work life. And work environment is the one big knot that we can adjust in that aspect, that has a lot to say, much more than people think about regularly. And it's also important to health and well-being, and we need more knowledge on those aspects and potential future risks in order to prepare for the future. And that is what we have been doing in this project. It's a large Nordic project run by the Nordic Council of Ministers with FAFO in Norway as the organizer. It consists of 7 pillars. And the pillar I'm going to talk about now is pillar 5, work environment and health. It's a quite small study. We only get financiation for about 50,000 euros. So it's a very small project. So we put a lot of money into it from STAMI especially, but also some resources from the National Research Center for the Work Environment in Denmark. The project is led by Jan Olav Christensen at STAMI, who is a young upcoming researcher, very skillful. What we do in this project is that we look at the emerging changes. How can they affect work environment, and how will that affect health and well-being? So what new challenges should we pay particular attention to in the psychosocial work environment during the coming decades? And that is a quite difficult task, because no one really knows. So what we have decided to do is that we can learn much about the future by looking to the near past and try to extrapolate the knowledge we have from the near past. So we have decided to do a literature study and also a so-called Delphi study in order to find out what will be the new risks of future life that we need to develop competence on in order to preserve the Nordic welfare system. And we are going to add up next year, at the end of next year, so I have only some few preliminary results here, but there will be more to come, and there's going to be a closing conference also in Copenhagen next year that I hope many people will join. So if you look at new digitization, new technology, you have the situation that can influence all the psychosocial work factors at work. Also many other things, but we decided to focus on the psychosocial factors. But then the psychosocial factors will, of course, influence on somatic and psychological health and well-being. But also the technology itself can impose on somatic and psychological health and well-being. So that is the theory, and we want to divide those two aspects as well also in the study. We went back to year 2000. That's almost 20 years now. So it's really not only new studies, but in a scientific way of thinking, it's quite new studies, because those studies have been studying new technologies. and the digitization started around the millennium change, actually. So we started with the literature study and did a systematic literature search, found over 6,000 original research per reviewed papers in the literature. And then we went through all those papers and ended up with only 53 studies that we think is relevant for this study. And based on those 53, we have made some sum-ups on what we have found. We didn't expect to find very much because we know that this is, of course, not well studied, especially when it comes to new things. So what are the top 10 outcomes when we look at the literature in when we try to implement new technologies at work? We see that the majority of the studies deal with burnout, they deal with pain, they deal with psychological detachment and recovery, and anxiety and depression, and also sleep problems. Those health aspects are the one we are facing today as well. So the technology might change, but the people don't change. That's Darwinism. It will take a long time. The human brain hasn't changed since we became the species Homo sapiens sapiens, actually. And that is quite many thousand years ago. So we will still be the same. And when we look at the work factors, we see also the same aspects that we're facing today, actually. But they are dressed in new clothing, maybe. It's stress, it's job satisfaction, it's work-private life balance, it's job demands, and also job control versus job autonomy, how you can influence on work or not influence on work. That will still be the key issues in the future work life. And I'm not going to give too much detailed information, but I'm going to talk about one topic from the literature study that is the major finding, and it's an expression called technostress. And technostress, you can define it as statements like this, that technologies are changing rapidly, we need more training, the tasks load increases, we must be available always, technologies can be unreliable, that's very frustrating, especially if you have tight deadlines, and we have to stay up to date in order not to be outdated. That is, of course, things that will come when things are changing very rapidly. And we know that tech, that's also a clear finding. These papers are divided basically into two different baskets. We have that the technology can give or take control, which means that if you have job autonomy, then that you can take control over the technology yourself. Then you have job satisfaction, job engagement, organizational commitment, and lower turnover intentions. But if you have the opposite, where the technology is used to monitor you at work, that you not have control over the work situation, that you have to follow the technology rather than making the technology play along with you, then we know it's increased job tension, it's job dissatisfaction, and also turnover intentions. That's a clear finding. And did we find new tech harmful? Yes. New technologies can disturb work environments and harm health. And the central problems are work-related life imbalance, lacking restitution, and also work overload. Also qualitative by emotional work overload. But we know that training and support can alleviate these harmful effects. And we also know that some of the studies suggested that improved well-being imposed flexibility, autonomy, and job enrichment. But the literature is very scarce, and of course we don't know what will happen in the next few years when the technology shifts are even faster. So then we did this very a sort of a different approach called a Delphi study, which is actually where we gather some experts individually, they are not aware of each other, and we ask them specific questions in a study design based on, inspired by the Oracle in Delphi actually, where they have 3 rounds, where they can moderate themselves to the other statements along the process, and then we end up with some statements at the end that probably will help us to get a way of the best way of do qualified guessing in a scientific way. We have done it in Norway and in Sweden, 37 experts in Norway, 31 in Denmark. It's partners in the labor market, it's inspectorates, it's labor inspectorate, it's researchers, it's leaders and managers, and also consultants. And we have asked them, what challenges and opportunities do the experts believe will be central in the next 10 to 15 years for employers and employees, and what can we do about it, especially by the social partners and inspectorates. And you see, the clear finding is that the statements they come up with are quite the same as we found in the literature study. But we are now in the middle of this study, so we haven't concluded yet, and we have not made the last synthesis. So we will see. So what have we learned so far? We know that some work environment aspects appear to be changing rapidly. We know that techno-stress is real and might pose a real health threat to the work environment. However, it can also promote the work environment if we do it well. And the net effect is unknown, but we can influence on it, and it depends on how the new technology is implemented and used. And there is a strong need for further clarification of how, why, and when new technologies influence on work and employees. That's an important message. And to conclude, we know that effective work environment surveillance, labor inspection and installation strategies, and also legislation depend on knowing specific factors to target. And to identify specific new factors that have desirable and undesirable effect, that is rapidly changing in the work life, and we need more focused and coordinated research using high quality instruments. And we need that to measure well-defined new factors that we need to find. That's one of the things that we will hope come out from our study. And we also need to tailor those investigations in the Nordic context, because we have a very special work life that is ahead of many other work lives when it comes to things that might take the full advantage of the new technologies in a sustainable work life. Many thanks.
Thank you, Paul. So many interesting things that you present here. I think that we have some questions from the audience, and just so that we get to try the system here, maybe 1 or 2 questions?
Yeah, yeah.
If technology works.
This is really a very good picture on where we actually stand. Is it more effective at this stage or not?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And that is really the big question.
Yeah.
And no one knows.
Okay, let's see here. What, in your opinion, Paul, is the most interesting finding from the new Nordic research? Is it too early to say? Or
if you look at that project, the total project, not only the work environment project, I heard the latest findings from the total project about a month ago, and I think the most important message from the total project is that the way that we think of the modern work life to be fully digitalized, that is going to be totally changes, that has been really modified. And they see signs that now are more stable and that we are maybe entering a phase where we handle this in a sustainable way. So that is I think is a very important message. But it needs that we are awake and that we discuss it and that we have good plans.
And then there is the other question: how many of us do you think will be replaced by robots?
I think it's going to be you and you, maybe you. I don't know. No, that's the big question. And the same evolvement has, as far as I know, been seen there. That some years ago, a Nordic study said that 50% were going to be replaced in 20 years. But now we see that newer and newer studies more focus on that work will transform rather than be totally changed in or out. And the good message is also that in the Nordic work life, we did the automation shift quite early, actually in the 90s, where we outsourced quite much industry, which now are insourced back because of new technologies. So we have done most of it. So OECD claims that the Nordic countries will, that there will be less people that will be shifted totally out here than as compared to the rest of the world. So I'm optimistic, and I think that we have a lot of possibilities to create new jobs by new technology, as the history has shown us in the former industrial revolutions. But we need to, the economical wins of the industrial revolutions, it must be available locally to create new jobs. And that's the big issue here. We need to share the benefits.
Very nice message. You're optimistic. That's good. Thank you once again, Paul. And then we move on to two short presentations before the coffee break. And the next speaker will be Kristin Thora Hardadottir. She's a legal advisor at the Confederation of Icelandic Enterprises. Welcome her by standing up and give her an applause. Welcome.
Þetta ekki að skána hjá mér.
Security alert.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Þetta ekki hérna. Technostress, isn't it?
Thank you, and thank you, Birgitta. You are very good at pronouncing Icelandic names, I must say, and mine is not the easiest. Good morning, everyone. Future challenges in the labor market from the perspective of employers. Long title and a big task. Although I deliberately skipped the middle part of the title, so I better inform you on that. I'm not here to give you the ultimate answer about the future in the labor market from the employer's perspective. How do I shift? I forgot to ask about that. Is this one? Okay. Technology. One thing I do know is that we have to take climate change seriously, no matter what else we do. That is definitely our biggest challenge and our future task in the labor market, in our private lives, in the world. So please, whatever you do, always bear in mind that there is no planet B, and on a dead planet we certainly don't have to worry about jobs. The labor market is constantly changing, and there is nothing new about that. What is the impact of technology on the labor market? What are the future challenges from the perspective of employers? We tend to make assumptions about the future based only on the facts that we know to be true today, and we tend to believe the most in developments if we can visualize them as a natural progression of technology that is in use today. That is to say, we know and we see that now there are machines and robots that take care of all kinds of work that living people did before. The self-service in the supermarket makes the cashier redundant. The computer check-in at the health clinic means one person in the reception is enough. Online banking should make some of the bank branches outdated. But probably all of these technological solutions will be outdated as well, and something new will take their place. Self-service in the supermarket as we know it today will probably soon be more or less outdated, and we or our own fridge does all our shopping through the internet, and the grocery will be brought to us with drones. It is also more than possible that I am already too old to be able to foretell anything about the future of work. It has often been shown that humans are not very good at predicting future technology changes. In my past, we did believe in flying cars, but we did not foresee an app that allows us to see at a glance the names of the mountain circle around us. We believed in tablet-based food, but our mind did not foresee that it would be possible to make loads of money from teaching people online to declutter their homes or allow people to watch them play computer games. We also believed that the world might be destroyed in a nuclear war, but we did not worry too much about an apocalypse caused by climate change. All the way since the first industrial revolution, 250 years ago, the one we learned about in school, James Watt and those guys, jobs have constantly been changing. The goal has always been to make the jobs easier, to create tools and machinery to increase capacity and at the same time create prosperity in the society. Jobs are disappearing and will continue to do so, but we also know that new ones will be created. There are many indications of more demand for increased flexibility when it comes to hiring employees. This does not only come from employers, but also from employees who increasingly want to leave the 9-to-5 environment and work at other times, at different times, work from home, or just at the nearest cafe. Increased flexibility is a clear example of how we can use technology to help us create a human-friendly and flexible workplace and work conditions. Technology will for sure have an impact on the future workplace, but the more important thing is that we use and implement the technology for the benefit of the workers and the workplace. And that is something humans have the power to decide, not technology by itself. Will work contracts look very different in the future? How will jobs be structured differently in the future? Probably a new labor market will call upon more flexibility. Gig economy and zero-hour contracts are some of the new ideas we hear about. We also have to bear in mind that many of the jobs we have today will be done by machines, and we do not have to sign an employment contract with robots or machines. And it is also vital to bear in mind that we need not to safeguard or protect jobs, but people, employees. The employees matter, not jobs by themselves. If we could, in some imaginary world, reach consensus on a new system where a minor part of the population takes care of the labor, but everyone gets their fair share all the same, that could be okay, as long as the rest is not just staring into the void and nurturing their own existential crisis and vanity. But how can an organization prepare for a future that few of us can define? We always predict the future by reference to the past. and we want to believe that this will help us transition into the future. But as a wise man said, life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Detailed job descriptions are called upon in many sectors, where people want to formalize every bit of their duties at their workplace. This is not always helpful in the constant changing labor market and can in fact prevent the employees from building their career and discourage them from flourishing in the labor market. In the future, I hope to see more focus on skills, responsibility, and the ability to adapt to ever-changing tasks. To be able to make that change, we have to relax on the regulations and the legal framework and allow more flexibility in work conditions for the benefit of all, without, of course, giving any discount on workers' safety. This also calls upon a joint responsibility of the social partners on lifelong learning opportunities for employees, because in the rapidly changing world, we are constantly learning new things at work, and thus the workplace becomes a learning center. Large group of employees now attending to jobs that will disappear in the near future have to get the opportunity to learn new skills suitable for new jobs. I can see a future where there will not be demand for a specific formal education for a certain job, but rather a demand for a certain skill, and above all, soft skills, such as the ability to work in teams, flexibility and enthusiasm, and a will to constantly learn new things and add to one's list of skills. So now we go back a bit. My father, who is now 85 years old, was like so many children at that time sent to the countryside every summer. From the age of 6 and into his adolescent years, he was sent to the northern part of the country, where he worked as his ability allowed. Among other things, he had the task to guide tourists to Dimmuborgir, today a popular and overcrowded tourist spot. Thus, he was a participant in the labor market at that time and contributed to the small society in spite of his young age. In order for the community to flourish, everyone had to work hard, but no one counted hours and minutes. Life was work, and no clear boundary between work and leisure or private life, as we now consider important. Why am I telling you this old tale of child labor that was not always a fair trade? Certainly not every child was so lucky as my father to be sent to good people who cared for his well-being. I'm telling you this to emphasize my belief that the fundamental basis for good working conditions and healthy work relationships is not a detailed contract where everything is listed and complete. There was no written contract when my father started his career in the labor market. Actually, I doubt that he ever had a written employment contract in his working life. Of course, people lived in a very different society back then, and people counted on their small local community. Everyone knew their neighbors and had to count on them in one way or another. Today, we tend to act as though it's dangerous to trust those who live next to us, and believe that if we put all our acts and deeds into our written and formal channels, we will be safe and able to claim our rights. The same trend is in our working relations, and sometimes I wonder if overemphasizing written rules and contracts is both the cause and the effect of this failure of trust in our community. We do believe that the world is getting better than before, and in many ways that is correct. In the labor market, we get more and more regulations that aim to secure the rules and the rights of the employee. And do not misunderstand me. I'm not arguing that this is bad, not at all. But at the end of the day, all these rules, policies and formal agreements are of little value if there is not trust between parties. The other day, I spoke to a hotel manager who was just a year ago facing some serious problem in his business. The guests gave the service and the hotel staff terrible reviews. The staff turnover was far too high, and neither staff nor customers were happy. One of his first action was to work with the householding staff for 2 weeks, cleaning rooms and changing bed sheets. His aim was to analyze work methods and better the work conditions. To make a longer story short, we can say that they succeeded, and the work became easier and the staff happier, and the reviews from the customers also got better. I pointed out to him that the byproduct from the project was maybe the most valuable. He earned trust from his employees. In my job as a legal advisor for the Confederation of Icelandic Enterprise, I meet a lot of company leaders and human resource staff. And if I was asked about what are the characteristic factors when it comes to relation between employees and employers in a good company, my answer would be one word: trust. The vital element is trust between employer and employees. There are many different ways to earn that trust, and different relationships may require different methods. The future is coming, and there is a whole lot of it. We can be pretty sure that it will in many ways be different from the present and the past, but we can only speculate how it will be different, and then try our best to be flexible and adapt to the changes. This being said, I do believe that some things will be the same as long as humans inhabit the planet. One of the things is that trust will be just as important as before in the future labor market, and that will not change in spite of all industrial revolutions. On the same time, it is a huge challenge to build and retain that trust, because trust is invisible until it is absent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kristín. Now we are a little behind schedule, so I will be really fast here in introducing our next speaker, Gudrun Ingvarsdóttir. She's Chief Executive Officer of Government Construction Contracting Agency in Iceland. Welcome, Gudrun, and stand up and give her an applause.
Hello, and happy to be here with you. And thank you for one more excellent pronunciation of an Icelandic name. Mine is pretty difficult. You did a stellar job. Exactly. As I said, I'm really happy to be here with you today. I always talk fast, so that's going to be a good thing now because we're behind schedule. I'm going to tell you a bit about building responsibly, which is what we are trying to do in our everyday jobs at FSR. FSR, Government Construction Contracting Agency, what we do, well, most of you who are not Icelandic are Scandinavians, so our sister organizations in the Nordic countries are Statsbygg in Norway, Bygningsstyrelsen in Denmark, Statens Fastighetsverk in Sweden, and Senati in Finland. However, we are only taking part of the process of developing and building and leasing buildings. We are not doing the day-to-day maintenance and operations. That is another agency here that takes care of that. Our core operations, just a short thing about them. We are doing a wide range of services for public entities, ministries and agencies, ranging from user advisory, where we, among other things, are helping organizations improve their work environments. I'm not going to go into that part today, but could hold a long lecture on that, and I find this conference here today really, really inspiring, and I think there's a big chance and big opportunity to be had within increased cooperation between different public entities in forwarding a better working atmosphere, better working environment. and better work health, so to speak, both mental and physical. We are also working on feasibility studies, procurement and project management in construction and market rental agreements. We are also see it as a big part of our work to have a proactive role within the building industry, and have in the last 10 years been working actively on implementing new approaches such as building information modeling, promoting that into the market, also environmental factors such as the BREEAM certification. We have an advisory role to the ministries in policy making, and we take care of vetting of public construction projects. And today we are 31 people working there. The main areas that we are working on are premises for central government and agencies, cultural buildings, premises for health services and nursing homes, educational premises, and national parks and nature reserves. And just a short example of the current projects, we are working on the planning of a new government quarter in the center of Reykjavik, where we will have ministries, courts, and agencies. We are also starting to prepare the extension of the Prime Minister's office in the center of Reykjavik, and starting groundwork on the new Parliament office building. We are just starting next month construction of Árborg nursing home in southern Iceland. We are in the construction phase of the Center for Icelandic Studies, a project I'm going to show you a bit more about, and then several projects for national parks, visitor centers, and infrastructure. And what I'm going to tell you about today, I'm going to focus a bit on the construction part of our operations. And this summer we started a new pilot project that we call VÖR. This is an abbreviation for V is for vistkerfi, which is the Icelandic equivalent of environment. Ö is öryggi, which is safety, and R is réttindi, which is rights. So environment, safety, and rights. And these are the three issues that we are really trying to draw forward in this pilot project. And of course, there's been a lot of things done in the last several years, but we are always increasing the focus on these factors. And there, in this project, we wanted to try to bring these things together into a holistic approach. And we decided to use this project that just started construction this summer, Center for Icelandic Studies in the center of Reykjavik, as a test case. And what we are then going to be doing is making a smaller model for smaller projects in the future. So we intend to have this VÖR approach into every construction project that our agency starts. And of course, to be able to do that, you need collaboration with several actors. One of the reasons that we decided to use this project as a pilot project was that the main contractor, Ístak, is one of the leading contractors, and when we saw that they were the ones who had won the bid, we thought, okay, this is a perfect example because they have been really doing some really good things in regards to workers' rights and security issues in their projects. And they immediately said, hey, we are all in, and we're going to do this with you. And as you were mentioning before, trust, that is the cornerstone of every good collaboration. So that has come off to a really, really good start, and we hope that that will continue through the project. So in the environment part, we are using the BREEAM, we are using the assistance of BREEAM Institute in the UK in regards to environmental assessment. We are also a part of the Icelandic Green Building Council, which is a good attribute in this project. In regards to safety, Administration of Occupational Safety and Health, working with us on this, and Icelandic Red Cross. And then in regards to rights, the Directory of Labour, the Icelandic Confederation of Labour, and the tax authorities. And if we go into each of the three dimensions, first the environment, what we are saying is the main goal in this project during the construction phase is to lower the environmental impact during construction, but also into the operations of the building. How are we doing this? Well, because this is a big project, we used to use this BREEAM code to, or certification of the design and construction to make sure that this is implemented. And that means that there are several measurements that are being taken that with data on sustainability values such as energy, materials, land use, transportation, waste, health, well-being, and several other factors. In safety, the main goal, of course, as always, is zero accidents. And we know that in a project that takes 3 years, it is unlikely that nobody will fall or nobody will hit their finger or something. But we aim to make it as unlikely as possible. And good physical and mental health also for all staff which are involved in the project. The actions that we are taking, first of all, safety gear and safety briefing for all staff and visitors. So there is a standardized safety course that all workers in the area go through. There is a mandatory first course for staff on site. There's a company doctor and mental first aid available for all workers. And we always put safety issues on the docket first at all project meetings. And you were talking about a bit earlier how a lot of this is about feelings, about trust, about awareness, about the mental part of us. We're of course just human beings. And I guess a lot of you have children, and you might remember, those of you who have older children, when you think back, you have a child of around 2, you walk into a room with your child, and in about 3 nanoseconds you have scanned the place for dangers and safety hazards. You have selective sight. When you're choosing a car, suddenly the car you're thinking about, you see it everywhere in the streets. And what we need to do is try to foster an awareness that makes everyone who is on the construction site, both guests and workers, say, okay, I am keeping my eye out because a construction site changes every day. And it's a huge thing. You can try to monitor things, you can try to write them down, but the main factor comes down to the people and are they looking out. Measurements, number of accidents, number of sick days, measurement of health factors by contractors, doctors. These are some of the measures that we are using. And then when we come to the rights, staff working conditions and legal rights to be exemplary. That is what we are aiming for. The actions when you are on site include digital login at the worksite, which secures monitoring of both the rights and qualifications of the people involved in the project. Active monitoring by the labor unions of the construction site and the people there, and contractual chain guarantee. Well, that is already in this project, but as Minister Ásmundur mentioned, that is going to be a rule, not an exception in the future. So we hope that this project is a good leading example for how to implement that in other future projects. And measurements used are such as number of incidents regarding rights and qualifications and employee turnover. So this is kind of a short briefing to give you an idea what we are doing, but of course there's a lot of other things and deeper issues that we are going into, and also the project is evolving as we go along. And here you see the building when it will be finished. This is the Center for Icelandic Studies where the Icelandic sagas will be placed. And here you see the site. This is October that you're seeing. Hustle and bustle, a lot is going on. This is how we in Iceland build really, really fast because the weather is always changing. So when the sun is out and the weather is nice, we have to be really, really quick. So there's as you can see, every day the site is changing. So how can we promote security? Well, here, just to show you, when you enter the site, you have a gate with key card access only. And for many of you, the Scandinavian visitors, in big projects, this is just a no-brainer for you. But here in Iceland, this is new. This is something that has not been done many times before, almost never. And by doing this, we can always see who is on site, when, and what qualifications do they have. And this contributes to both safety and rights. Also, we are taking precautions. And I have to say that the contractor Ístak, they have been taking this really, really seriously and doing a fantastic job. So there's no entry into the construction site without personal safety gear. There's a safety briefing for anyone entering the construction site, and they have safety material in Icelandic, English, and Polish. And they're doing it in a very graphic way with pictures, so it's very easy to understand. You don't need to read a lot of text. And there are no visitors going into the area without surveillance. And as I said, this culture of safety first. We put the safety issues first on the docket at every project meeting. We're really trying to get people to think themselves. And the important message to all the workers is that you are not only allowed, but you should tell if you see anything that could be done better, and you should let us know if something is not right in regarding to your rights. And also, a lot of it is about daily operations. So for example, just a small thing regarding the environment is the waste. Of course, strict guidelines for waste sorting and recycling, but also we are taking it into the food so that people are eating at their lunch or at the coffee break. So food waste taken to a minimum. And all this contributes into the BREEAM certification process. So we are looking forward to continuing with this project and in further building projects in Reykjavik, but also making a smaller scale version of this for smaller construction projects. So in 2020, the next year, what we aim to see is that all new constructions that FSR is starting always have this, that we are collaborating with the contractor. Some of the issues are stated in the tendering material, some of them are developed as we go along in accordance with the size and the nature of the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gudrun. I think that we might have time for one question, if I can pose you a question. Does this mean that we actually could see a new job created here, VÖR project manager?
Definitely.
Yeah, and I think that these maybe might be created in many companies in the years to come.
Yeah, what we have seen is that because in these larger projects where we have the BREEAM environmental certification, that is also addressing a lot of health issues and security issues. And then you might have a security officer who is coming into, or safety officer, who is coming in to monitor that. And then you have the building site manager. So you have a lot of people who together are creating this picture. So what we are trying to do, one of the things we did was just take the meeting plans. Who's meeting when and where, and how can we kind of try to join these points of meetings and information exchange so that we get a more holistic view. So in many ways, a lot of the pieces of the puzzles are already there. We are just trying to join them together, and then we can see the missing bits and fill in.
Thank you. Okay, now it's time for coffee. 20 minutes coffee break.
etver.
Okay, let's continue. We have 3 short presentations, and after that, you are all invited for lunch at the bottom floor of the hotel. We'll get back to that. But anyway,
of power plants we operate, there's a continuous need for maintenance and construction in our operations. We have to maintain equipment, renew equipment, and modify it. Building new power plants. And in the last 4 or 5 years, we have completed construction of 2 new power plants. One geothermal power plant at Þeistareykir, at the north coast of Iceland, and an extension to the existing Búrfell station in Búrfell 2, we call it, at the south side of Iceland, a hydropower plant. And due to this need of construction and maintenance and when we build new power plants, a large number of contractors work with us in this project. And for us at Landsvirkjun, health and safety of everyone who works at our workplace and work sites is a priority. So we take that matter very seriously in all aspects. And in my presentation, I will just give you an overview or insight how we approach health and safety in this 2 construction when we construct these 2 new power plants in the last 5 years. And just about these projects, just to give an idea about the size and extent of it. Construction times 14 months and 34, 14 at Þeistareykir, 34 at Búrfell. Total number of employees which did go through our ATC induction, 1,100 at Þeistareykir and 700 at Búrfell. 250 and 220 people at most at the site at one time. And total number of man-hours completed in the construction, about 1.1 million in each case. So on Icelandic, in the Icelandic market or construction market, it's a large-scale projects. And as you can see, we are not doing this alone. We need assistance and experience from abroad. So people coming from pretty much all over the world to help us. So it's a joint effort to complete such constructions. Landsvirkjun is the owner or the buyer of these projects and has an on-site management team during the construction time. And to simplify and make it more parts. or several contracts where we have to take care of items such as design, supervision, or facility, road construction, civil work, electromechanical equipment, turbines, transformers, etc. So many things we have to take care of in such project. And on average, I would say we manage or run around 3, 4, 5 contracts at the same time at our site. So we have bid for these contracts, and we have contractors coming in to run these contracts, but we have a management on site, a management team on site to organize the project and manage the construction. Landsvirkjun works after, or we use the zero accident policy approach, and we demand that contractors implement the zero accident policy in their operation on site. So they come in to work with us in the aim for zero accidents. And Landsvirkjun has a HSE manager on site responsible for surveillance, for supervision and coordination regarding safety. And Landsvirkjun also has project manager responsible for the safety within each contract. So we have a project manager for the contracts, which are from Landsvirkjun, and they are responsible for the safety management in the contract. So the buyer's responsibility comes in there, for example. On-site contractors are responsible for the safety of the employees and what happens, as you can say, on the floor. And contractors has to have a responsible HSE manager on site and work in accordance with approved safety management system. At the beginning, one of the most important things is to start the construction in the right manner, to set the message clear in the beginning. So, and this here, what you see here, is very important for us. Safety is a priority. And we have to stand up in the beginning and tell everyone safety is a priority and give out the correct message. So these messages we give out to everyone who comes into our safety induction. This is the first thing we show them. You have the full support of Landsvirkjun to stop working if you feel that your job is not safe. And make sure that you have the correct information. Don't hesitate to say your opinion and never start working if you are not sure whether you can do it safely. And what does this mean? It means that we want safety to be a priority, and we want it to be clear from the beginning. And we also want everybody to have a responsibility and feel that they are a part of the system, of the management, of the safety. So no one, we tell everyone, no one is allowed to push you into do anything which is not safe. And if you think you're doing something which is not safe, we want you to stop, and you have our support to do it. Because we care. We say we are building a power plant or building a road or whatever. It's a construction. It's something that it's just a construction. Your life and health is so much important, so much more important. So it's very important that this is the message workers and everyone who comes in to work in our project gets from the beginning. It's also very important that we as the owner of the project reveal clear requirements regarding safety in the contract document, so it's clear from the beginning what we expect of everyone in the project. We have to define and hand out responsibility and authority regarding safety. We have to ensure that everyone meets their obligation regarding safety. So we as the owner have to know what is going on at our site and be sure everybody is fully fulfilling their obligations. And establish a safety culture. That the safety is really a priority for everyone. As was mentioned here before, everybody has to take part. And to ensure that contractors have acceptable experience and knowledge on safety. And we have also seen that it's very important that during the construction time, we monitor the function of our management system. Is it really working? Are we heading in the right way? And we use both leading and lagging indicators. Lagging indicators like counting or keeping track on accidents, incidents, near misses. But we also want to use leading indicators, which reflect the function of our safety management system and how likely we are to prevent accidents and incidents. Because we want to focus on preventive measures. Because the goal is to prevent accidents, to manage the safety. And I think one of the key factors is to, in the safety culture, is to have everyone, or make everybody believe that it is possible to prevent accidents. There is no rule that says that accidents have to be a part of our construction. We can avoid or prevent almost all accidents. Don't depend on luck. We can control this, and we have to do it together. And we have to believe that we can do it together. So, our approach at Landsvirkjun, how do we manage our site? First thing we do is everyone who comes in at our site has to go through an ATC induction, where we set the message clear. We have a discussion with everyone who comes in about safety and what is our aim. And we ensure employee safety knowledge. We want to support the knowledge, safety knowledge on site. Contractors shall have daily safety meetings. Start every day with a safety talk. Make it a priority of the day. And we also want safety to be an item on all meetings. There's no exception in the project where we don't talk about safety. It has to flow in all corners of the project, from bottom to top. Everywhere safety has to be a topic and an item. Work method statement, job safety analysis. Find out the safe way to execute the task or do the work before we start working, not while we are working, before. Hazard risk assessment, assess hazard, control the risk, routine audits, safety reports, document what is the situation at the area or on our site. Active improvements and follow-up, very important, that the workers see that this is important for us, that if they make complaints or address an issue regarding safety to us as the owner, we step in and we act on it. That's very important because we have to show, not only talk about that it is a priority, we have to show it is a priority. And accident and near miss is reported, and not because we want someone to blame for something that happened at our site. Zero accident policy is about learning curve. It's about learning and understanding what is going on at our site and improve to prevent accidents. So please tell us about everything that happens at the area, because we would need this information so we can improve, so we can help you with your safety. And inform employees and give everyone a role in the safety procedures. This is a joint effort. And maybe that is the key factor in it. This is, if we want to manage the safety, it's about cooperation. It's about caring for our colleagues. It's about caring for ourselves also. But this is really the core of it, because we care about the health of our people, of our team. So that was from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, there is a question for you that I thought that I would raise. It's through the system here. How many stops have there been because of workers haven't felt safe?
We have not documented.
If you speak in the microphone, then.
Okay. actually, we have a good example of this now when you mention it.
Yeah.
When we built the geothermal power plant, we had there was one contract dealing with the drilling for the steam for the power plant. We had an accident there, and actually we had 3 quite serious accidents in a short period of time. So me and the contractor, we met and we said this is totally unacceptable. And there was one accident, serious accident, was regarding the method we used to drill, and we thought we cannot do it this way. This is not safe. So we stopped this phase, and we said we do not start in this area until we have found out the safe way to do it. So we changed the complete drilling method. We put in safety precautions in the process. It cost us a lot of money, but the gain was there's no question about that we gained from it. So after that, it was no problem. No accident after that. And I think that's a very good example of how you should step in and control it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next presentation. This time it will be Asbjørn Jonsson, or was that pronounced anywhere close to the division manager, the new National University Hospital of Iceland. Please. Yeah, applause.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. As you said, my name is Asbjørn Jonsson. A little bit about myself. I'm a structural engineer, and I have a master's degree in engineering management from Duke University in North Carolina. And I'm the leading project manager for the new hospital building, new university hospital building, the design phase. First, because we had someone here from Landsvirkjun, before, when we start the project, we need to decide if we are going to use user-guided design or not. And I think the main point there is if you're designing a building that is to have people, a lot of people working in it, and the processes involve people, and there's a lot of workflows and processes that goes on inside the building. You should consider using user-guided design. But then again, if you have a project like Landsvirkjun is dealing with, there's no point in having a user-guided design, because there's not much people involved after you have built everything. It's very much automated, and not a lot of people work in the power plants. So a little bit about the project. This it involves merging 2 hospitals that are already in Reykjavik into one site. This is the site. This is an aerial photo, a 10-year-old aerial photo of the site. We have there. You can see the hospital. One of the buildings for the medical departments at the university. This is how the site will look after it's fully built. This involves a new treatment center, a new research building, parking houses, new research facilities for the universities, and so on. So the purpose of having the users coming into the design phase on an early stage is it's to have the owners, or have the users having ownership in the project. You want them to be involved. You want to build trust between the users and the design team. You also want to build an understanding of the complex things that the design team has to take care of, and you want that understanding to be built within the users. There's also a lot of specific knowledge that comes from the users. There's a lot of internal workflows. There's the interconnection between rooms, interconnection between departments, and also there's a lot of internal knowledge from the maintenance department. And then there's the data gathering, because you have all these workflows within a hospital. You have to have all the ground data that you build these workflows on, and no one can give you this data unless you have the users involved. They are the ones that can gather all the data, and you need to accumulate that and control that in a database somewhere. So if we look at the sort of how the users are involved, the user involvement in a complete project, you have the project definition phase, where you have sort of a high-level users coming in and help with defining the project. And then you start the pre-design phase, and then you have heavy involvement of the users. This is the phase where you gather all the information. You gather the information about which room should be there, how big should they be, the interconnection between rooms, and all the way down to detail. What is the sort of the what's going on in this room? How should the lighting be? How should the air conditioning be? What are the hygiene? What demands do we do? Do we say is the hygiene demands on the floors, the ceilings, the walls, and basically every demand you can possibly think of in regards to the building. Then you start the full design phase, and the user involvement sort of drops a little bit. You still have heavy user involvement in the project, but it's not as much as in the design phase. And then after that, you start construction, and then it's very important that you are able to control the user involvement, have the users, like in this phase with the hospital, you have the users, the nurses, the doctors, and everyone who's been working in the pre-design phase, to have them just go do your job, the clinical job you're hired to do, and just watch the building being built. But that's the main challenge, is to control the user involvement, because the users, they always want to be involved the whole time, and they want to continuously improve everything. And then after construction, the users come back in, because you have takeover, you have testing of everything that you have built, and the users are again heavily involved in the project. So if you look at the pre-design phase, you have to have a very structured database to gather all the information from the users. We use a database called dROFUS, where you sort of list all the rooms. You have room templates, because in this, for example, in this building, you have 200 beds in the bed wards, and you have to have one template that you assign to all these 200 rooms, so you don't design every room 200 times. You just design one template, and then you assign it to all the other ones. And for each template, you need to put in all the information that is necessary for the design team to design this room, and also put in if there are any interconnection between other rooms, and need to be adjacent to other rooms because of the workflows and all such. Here is an example of an isolation room in the bed wards, and this is a list of all the equipment that goes into this room, and each equipment also has a pretty big database, because you need to have all the information about the equipment. Is it Does it have to be connected to water? Does it have to be connected to drain? Is it heavy? Do we need to take it into account in the structural design? Is it big? Do we need to have the door into the room enlarged so that we can bring it into the room? And all the information, how much power does it need, and does it generate heat? So do we need to take that into account when we design the air conditioning in the room? So there's a lot of information that needs to be accounted for, and you have to have a very good and structured database to gather all this information. In the pre-design phase also, it's necessary after you gather all this information that you look at all the workflows that are inside the building. So what we did was that we brought in a lean consultant, and he worked with a large group of people from inside the hospital for 1 week, and they were not so much looking at any drawings, because at this stage they were not complete drawings. So they were more looking at all the workflows, all the interconnections, and we use that to make these interconnection diagrams. And this and the DROFUS database is given to the design team to complete the design of the hospital. So here we have, this is for the research building. This diagram we have here is to show the interconnection between the different departments, and then the other diagrams is each department and the interconnection of rooms within each department. So after that, we created user groups, and these user groups are based on expertise. And these groups they have an involvement in the project throughout the project's life cycle, but it drops, of course, significantly when you start the production. So this is more or less built up like in municipalities where you have the head user group, which is sort of like city council, and then you have sub groups that look at specific units with this inside the building, like the emergency unit, the bed wards, the clinical support, and such. And then in this phase, we simulate, after we get drawings, we simulate the drawings in real size. And these are just some pictures from our simulation room. And after that, we get the detailed design of every room. So here, the user uses the original database and the diagrams, the interconnection diagrams that they have given to the design team, and they look at the detailed drawings and see if all the criteria that they gave to the design team, if it has been met. And it's very, very important here that you have a plan how this user review goes on, because as I said, the user, he wants to have this continuous improvement cycle. If you don't set up a plan that the user agrees that, okay, this should go, we have a review of maybe 2 phases and then we stop, and that's the final design. You need to have a clear stop of this continuous cycle, because otherwise it's going to be vicious, and it's just going to be continue and continue and continue, because the user is never fully satisfied. So that's the sort of the learning curve of this, that the major challenge is to control the user involvement, but it's very important when you have such a heavily engaged staff building that you bring in the users, because you need to have the experience and the expertise from the users, but you need to control it. That's it for me.
could one say that there are new jobs in this field in the near future? I mean, how long have these jobs been around, designing these?
Well, this project has been going on since 2010 with some stops, but fully engaged since 2016.
Yeah.
Of course, there is a lot of project management that needs to go on. There's a lot of data input. Yes, it's
one would imagine that this is a field that creates new jobs, so that's good for us, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you.
Imagine.
We have a small present for you. Okay. I wrongly said that we had 3 presentations. Before lunch, we have 4 presentations. And let's move on to the next one. It's Halldór Grönvold, Deputy General Secretary, Icelandic Confederation of Labor. Yes, please give him a hand.
I think this is the first time that people applaud by standing up when I start my presentation, but this is nice. I hope this will happen again. Good day to all of you attending this conference, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you the issue of chain liability and the case of Iceland. The title I was given is Chain Liability, One Way of Combating Work-Related Crime. But before I go into that, just a few words about terminology, the use of concepts. In Iceland, chain reliability has become the term used for different kinds of liability as regard wages and conditions of work, of workers, of main contractors, subcontractors, and temporary work agencies. In case of Iceland, it would be more accurate to talk about liability of user companies or undertakings, and main contractors, as I will explain later. But the phrase chain liability has become a kind of a keyword. But before I come into the question of chain liability, a few words about the background and the late development of the Icelandic labor market. And listening to the 3 last presentations, one would think that the labor market in Iceland was perfect. Everything was foreseen, and we use a lot of time for health and safety and so on. But the reality has a darker side. In recent years, the Icelandic economy and labor market has been characterized by economic boom and great demand for workers, especially in building and construction, tourist industry, and services. To take up the new jobs, the economy has to rely on foreign workers, which have contributed heavily to the economic growth in Iceland past years. These workers have mainly come from old Eastern European countries, Poland, the Baltic states, and lately also from Romania and Bulgaria, where wages and conditions of work are much less favorable than we know in Iceland and the Nordic countries. And this has to some extent has influenced on our labor market. These workers have been especially vulnerable to social dumping and work-related crimes. We are talking about wage theft. That's the new jargon that we use in the trade unions. Wage theft meaning wages below minimum wages, no overtime pay, no sickness pay, no holiday pay, and etc. Wage theft. We are talking about hazardous working conditions, and these two always come together, as we all know, because you do not appreciate the workers, you don't appreciate them as humans, and then you allow yourself not only to steal the wages, but also to have these hazardous working conditions. And we are talking about unacceptable housing, often old factories, and conditions not fitting for human beings, often many numbers sharing the same room, paying sky-high rents. The worst cases we have seen are in the case of temporary work agencies, both Icelandic and foreign companies in construction. So this is the background behind chain liability. It's against this background that the trade union movement in Iceland already in 2011 put forward claims that chain liability would be introduced in the labor market, covering wages and other rights of workers and conditions. Our main argument is simple. By introducing chain liability, buyers, main contractors, and user companies would have to think twice before making contracts with temporary work agencies, foreign service companies, and other subcontractors not trustworthy, knowing that in the end they could have to pay not only according to the contract, but also to the workers themselves with financial losses, not to mention all the problems they would face. This argument is clearly set out in the quote on the slide, which I will not go through here. Here it's also important to mention the Icelandic speciality, we can say. We have a legislation from 1980 which states that collective agreements between social partners set the minimum terms for all employees in the relevant occupation within the area covered by the collective agreement, irrespective of nationality of the company or the worker. Contracts made between individual employees and employers on poorer working conditions than those specified in the general collective agreements shall be void. And here it's important to bear in mind the fact that collective agreements cover virtually all industries and jobs in Iceland and on the Icelandic labor market. So this is the ground that all have to honor. After years of negotiations between the social partners and dialogue with different governments, the union movement won its first victory as regards chain liability in 2018. Only partial, but very important one. In the spring of 2018, new act was passed based on agreement between the social partners and the government on liability of user companies, covering all temporary work agencies, both Icelandic and foreign companies posting workers in building and construction. I know this is a long text, but as we know, sometimes the devil is in the details, so I have few extracts from this legislation. The user undertaking shall bear undivided liability under the service contract for shortfalls on payments of minimum wages and for other payments to the temporary work agency workers and the posted workers. And to guarantee that user companies can not break the chain with bogus companies, it is stated that if the user undertaking is part of a corporate group, the parent company shall bear joint liability together with the user undertaking. The same shall apply to another company if it is the director of the user undertaking involved in any given instance. So, not to break the chain by bogus companies. The user undertaking liability shall extend to shortfalls on wages, wage payments, and terms of services which the worker should have enjoyed as a minimum during the time when he or she carried out work for the user undertaking, and also shortfalls in the payment of wage-related expenses. And further, a claim shall be received by the user undertaking within 4 months of the due date of the payment of the relevant claim, but this may be extended by court decision to 12 months. And there we have important paragraph in case the workers themselves are not ready or have not the possibility to make the claim themselves. And we know for many of the foreign workers, they are just afraid to come forward and make the claims themselves. So in that case, a claim shall also be regarded as having been received if the consultative committee of the social partners has notified the user undertaking of shortfalls in the payments made by the undertaking in respect of the temporary work agency workers or posted worker. So this means that the worker, him or herself, does not have to come forward because the social partners can take over that role. The user undertaking shall inform the relevant temporary work agency or undertaking of the claim received under the third paragraph without unreasonable delay and call on the temporary work agency to pay the claim, or alternatively to state in position with regards to the claim within 7 working days if received of the call for payment of the claim. And if the claim is undebated, the user undertaking shall pay the claim in question within 34 working days of receiving it. The user undertaking and the temporary agency worker or foreign company worker may request the comments of the social partners consultative committee. If the user undertaking does not pay the worker, they have 8 months to bring the case to the court. The text is longer, but I think I will leave it there. So this is the chain liability as regards workers of all temporary work agencies in Iceland, whether Icelandic or foreign, in all industries, and this is as regards the workers of foreign companies, posted workers in construction and building industry. And then the second victory one, as regard chain liability, was early this year. In relation to the collective agreement in the private sector in spring 2019, the government issued a statement. Number 26, requirements of chain liability to be inserted in the Act of Public Procurement. And this is one of 11 initiatives promised by the government to combat social dumping and work-related crimes in that statement. The Act on Public Procurement has already been changed accordingly, and it will be in force on January 1st next year. And the paragraph 88B on chain liability reads as follows: the main contractor shall ensure and be responsible for ensuring that all workers, whether his subcontractors or temporary workers, agency workers, receive wages, benefits, sickness and accident insurance and all rights in accordance with applicable collective agreements and law at any given time. The buyer shall state the responsibility of the main contractor in a tender documentation. And the Ministry of Finance, together with the social partners, is now working on guidelines for public companies and other main contractors who are interested in this issue, and these guidelines will be issued later this month. So in conclusion, there is no question that chain liability is one important way of combating social dumping and work-related crimes. The aim is clear, that user companies, main contractors, the state and municipalities or public entities do not make contracts with subcontractors and temporary work agencies that do not or are less likely to respect collective agreements and legislation and the rights of workers as regard wages, other rights, and working conditions. The legislation is the result of initiative by the trade unions, outcome of a negotiation between the social partners and social dialogue. The legislation covers the most important companies and industries according to the risk assessment that we have made. The aim of the trade union movement is that chain liability will be in future covering the labor market as a whole. And the task now is to inform and enforce the legislation and build on that healthier labor market for all workers in Iceland, whether Icelandic or foreign. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you know if there is any similar development going on in other Nordic countries, or is it an Icelandic thing?
Well, to be frank, we have looked closely into the development in Norway, especially. And many of the things that we are doing trying to, assess what the Norwegians have done and in what way it has managed, or they have managed to improve the labor market in Norway. So we have been looking to Norway, but
Okay.
it's with Icelandic twist.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. And then we elegantly switch to Norway. Espen Nikolaisen, head of section Oslo Municipality. The floor is yours, and give him an applause.
So thank you. So now I'm standing here between you and lunch, so bear with me. So my name is Espen Nikolaisen. I work in the city of Oslo as head of section for sustainable procurement in the central procurement unit in the city of Oslo. And that means that my job is to see how we can use public procurements to make a more sustainable city and a more sustainable world through the use of public procurement. I'm going to talk about how the city of Oslo is working to fight work-related crime and social dumping with what we call the Oslo model and a contract monitoring system that we use to help us. Okay. So first, a little bit about the city of Oslo. We're about 680,000 inhabitants, and it's growing. In the municipality, we have about 53,000 employees in 50 different agencies. So it's a big organization. What you can see on the picture is at the bottom left and right. You can see that we're the European Green Capital 2019, so we're quite proud of that. And you can also see from a construction site, and this is a special construction site in Norway. It's the first zero-emission construction site in Norway, and I believe also maybe even in the world. So this is something we're quite proud of. Okay, I think I'll use these. Okay. So the city of Oslo got a new city government back in 2015. And one of their main focus areas was how to prevent work-related crime. So in their platform for city government cooperation, this was one of the areas where they wanted to do something. They said that Oslo municipality is to be at the forefront of the fight against work-related crime and shall ensure a decent working life. This led to that we started working with what we call the Oslo model. And why did we want to implement this model? Well, as was said before, there are some big problems regarding work-related crime in the city of Oslo. And we've seen a development since early 2000, where there's been more and more problems, I would say. And we saw that we had to do something about the companies that were not paying their taxes, who were not paying minimum wages, who were not taking health and security and safety at our construction sites serious. So we needed to do something about this, because it did not only have something to say about the workers and the tax income, but we also saw that in our construction procurements, we saw problems for the law-abiding companies. They weren't winning the contracts because the companies that were not paying the taxes, not paying minimum wage, of course, could offer a cheaper price. So they were also winning our competitions. And that's not a sustainable construction sector. So we needed to do something also to ensure a fair competition. We also saw that there was a lack of applicants for trainee positions in the construction sector because the construction sector did not have a good reputation. So the people started not wanting to work there as well. So we also wanted to do something about that because we're building for around maybe 1 billion euros, I think, in the city of Oslo each year. So there's a lot of building, and we need the workers, and we need the young people to work in the construction sector. This, the Oslo model, is a city government decision which sets out some contract provisions that I will talk a little bit about later on how, what we do in our contract provisions to prevent work-related crime. These provisions, new provisions, are incorporated in all relevant standard contracts in the city of Oslo. This means that all of the 50 different agencies, when they procure something in construction and services, they have to use these standard contracts and use the Oslo model itself. And of course, the issue with work-related crime is not something that the city of Oslo only is worried about. Also the trade unions and the Confederation of Norwegian Enterprises sees this as a problem, so we worked closely with them in developing these new contract provisions. And of course also with the contractors and our agencies within the city. So I'm not going to go through all of the provisions. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of them. First of all, in the Oslo model, we have requirements for minimum wages and decent working conditions. This is also Norwegian law, but we've expanded this to some new areas, in addition to just saying the same as the law does. One other thing that we saw is if you have many subcontractors on our construction sites, that means that the further down the chain you go in the contract chain, the more likely it is that you will meet a subcontractor who is not paying taxes and not paying minimum wages. So one way of doing something about that is that we said that you're only allowed to have one subcontractor in vertical line. So this means that you have the city and you have our main contractor, and they're only allowed to have one subcontractor beneath them. In vertical line, they can have many in horizontal line. This means that the main contractor have much better control of their subcontractors. And there are some exceptions in big construction sites, but that's the main rule. And we also have a contract provision which says that we shall approve all contractors and subcontractors. As I've said, there were problems getting trainees, so we wanted to push that forward as well. So we're saying that you shall have minimum 10% of trainees or apprentices when you build for the city. This is both important to get new apprentices in the city, and we also believe that the companies that use apprentices is more likely to be law-abiding contractors. Permanent employment is the main rule in Norway, but we've also seen that it's a high degree of staffing agencies and use of temporary employees as well. So we felt the need to ask and say that in the city's contracts, all of the people shall be permanently employed, or almost all of them. And we also believe that skilled workers is important for serious business and to get better quality of our construction buildings. So we ask that at least 50% of the workers shall be skilled workers, for instance, electricians, carpenters, plumbers, and so on. So this is some of the provisions that we've put in place. With these new provisions, we also saw the need for a system to monitor that our contractors were following these new provisions. And therefore, we bought a system for supplier monitoring in construction works. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about this system. When you work in the construction sector in Norway, all of you have to use an HMS card, HSC card, yeah. So everybody has to use one of these cards. And when you go into the construction site, we say that you have to use this card either by a roundel, which was shown on the picture earlier today, or by an app, or by a registration box. So all of the workers working on our construction sites needs to register before they enter. And this means that we can, in this card, there's information about who you are and from what company you're working for. So this means that we now have full knowledge of who the people are working at our construction sites and from what company they're coming from. And this is knowledge that we did not have before. We had some list written in hand and so on, but it was impossible to read. So now we have it all electronically and in all of our construction sites. And this system also then automatically checks the information if this card is valid, and if the person is getting paid. And we're also checking the company for some basic information, if it's still an active company, that it hasn't gone bankrupt or something. So it checks a couple of systems as well. This again, the system then provides us with some additional information. So we can get an overview of the construction works activities in the city of Oslo. So this is in real time. When you enter into the system, you can see where are the people working at this exact moment in the city. And this means, of course, that it's much easier to go on-site inspection, for instance, because you know where to go, because you know where the people are. So this is just a picture of the main page in the system, where you can see, I think I took this screenshot at Monday, where you can see that there's about 2,700 people working at our different construction sites from 380 different locations and from 540 suppliers. And good thing about the system is that we can see it as a construction client, but the contractor, the supplier, can also see the same information as well. So here it will come up some deviations if there's something wrong with your HMS card, if you have some subcontractors that hasn't been approved and so on. You will get some alerts in the system. And we can see it, and the contractor can see it as well. Another important thing is that we ask our contractors to fill in some extra information regarding if the people working there are, what qualification they have and what nationality they're from, which means that we can get out some management information in real time. So we can see down either an overall picture from the City of Oslo itself or down to each project. We can see how many apprentices are working on our construction sites, how many skilled workers are working there, and so on. And we can also see if there's how many percentage there is of staffing companies. That's the green one with the red at the bottom. Yeah. 2 quick more slides. It's not enough to see this in the system. Of course, you have to be out doing on-site inspections as well. So that's also built into the system. So then when you enter the construction site, you get a list of all the people that's supposed to be there, so you can go around checking if that's true and if there's somebody who hasn't registered, and we can give the company a fine for that. So that's quite important. And what we've seen so far is that the use of HMS card. When we started, it was about 30, 40, up to 50% deviations regarding the use of HMS cards. Now we're at about 4% as an average, and we've been there for quite some time. So that's quite a big improvement. That means that we know who the people are at our construction sites, and we know from which companies they are. And we did not know that before, so that's very good. We're also getting reports that there's more apprentices applying to work in the construction sector, which we believe is a good thing. That means that the reputation of the sector is getting better. And we're also getting reports that earlier the big construction sites from the public companies was a big risk sector. We're now getting reports that this is not the main focus area for the contracting authorities, the police and tax authorities and so on. They've moved their main focus into different sectors, so we believe that the threshold for getting into the contracts in the City of Oslo is a bit higher now, and yeah, that's a good thing. And I'll skip that one. That's the new platform, which sets out some new measures that the new City Council, which is the same, they won again, wants to do, and maybe I'll talk a little bit about that in the panel session afterwards, what they want to do there. There's some interesting thing that we have to work with. And by that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Espen. Okay, then it's time for lunch. Some practical announcements about that. It will be on the ground floor. You are all invited, and since there's many of us and only 2 elevators maybe, is there a possibility to walk stairs also? Yes. So for the ones who feel for that, it's possible.
Kötlekåren. En Katla, men du kan si det.
Fantastiskt fint. Tusen tack till... Jag sa Katlakören, men det var nog inte så. Det var lite svårare It was so difficult to pronounce in Icelandic this name of the choir, so I won't even try. I started speaking Swedish, as you noticed, but now I switched to English again. Okay, after this fantastic cultural experience, let's dig into illegal activity and undeclared work, won't we? So our next speaker is Edda Bergsveinsdottir, who is legal advisor from the Directorate of Labor in Iceland. And please welcome her with standing ovations.
Thank you. And good day, everyone. And this is truly a tough act to follow. So I hope you won't judge me too harshly for not being as entertaining. As Birgit pronounced it perfectly, my name is Edda Bergsveinsdottir, and I am a lawyer at the Directorate of Labor, where my team handles labor market inspections, work permits, and matters of foreign nationals working in Iceland, as well as TVAs and posting matters. I will give you a quick overview of current practices, as well as try to outline both the action we intend to take towards a healthier labor market, as we identify some of our needs as government authorities to achieve this future goal. To the general public, the Icelandic labor market is small, a vibrant entity, which to most people find to be relatively harmless, and severe labor market breaches are uncommon. This is, however, not entirely the truth, as in the past decade or so, we've seen the increasing rate of intentional labor market violations, tax evasion, labor exploitation, and even cases where one could talk of human trafficking. I think that it is not an overstatement that the Icelandic labor market has become vulnerable to both money laundering and organized crime, where offenders game the system for their own means. As we've seen the behavior of those engaging in illegal activity evolve and become more sophisticated by the year, so must we adapt and evolve with the same agility and resourcefulness. And should we fail to do so, we may very well find ourselves in hot waters in the very near future. Let's see. Currently, there are four main authorities that handle surveillance of the labor market: the Directorate of Labor, the Administration of Occupational Safety and Health, the Directorate of Internal Revenue, as well as the police. In addition to the government's involvement, the inspectors from our social partners play a vital role in providing both support and insight into the current health of the labor market. Finally, the Directorate of Labor and the police work closely with the Directorate of Immigration in matters of foreign labor. With the ever-increasing mobility of the labor force within the EEA, Iceland has become a labor-intensive, high-salary country in comparison to the European average. This has both drawn in individuals looking for long-term work, as well as companies hoping to gain much by temporarily providing their services and workers in Iceland. This has in fact increased the complexity of the labor market with a high influx of foreign nationals and companies. Currently, we see that individuals with good knowledge of our social, tax, and welfare system are facilitating the establishing of companies for the sole purpose of exploitation of both labor and the public system. We've seen this manipulation of our infrastructure manifest in various ways of the undeclared work. Due to this, the Directorate of Labor has increased its emphasis on detecting undeclared work and exploitation. We are particularly tasked with monitoring temporary work agencies, posted workers, and third country nationals. Like in other countries, we have also found that these individuals, as well as young workers, are particularly vulnerable to being mistreated or exploited. In the past, these four main authorities have enjoyed a good and productive cooperation on ad hoc basis, doing joint inspections when necessary or possible, and provided each other with necessary information when requested. The inspectors from each of the authorities have also performed a good working relationship which enables us to share knowledge and trends. This has proven beneficial to all parties, helping us to better prioritize our time and efforts, which we all know are both precious and limited. The cooperation has always been informal, not established by any MOUs or other administrative mandates other than the joint vision to work towards a safer and healthier labour market. All inspections, all measures, sanctions executed through our efforts have, however, been founded on our own separate legislations and competences. Those are, however, varied, unconcerted, and not intended to harmonise or support other legislation outside of our own agency. Our efforts are therefore sometimes cut short and perhaps fail to deliver the intended means. When I say this, I don't mean to say that our resources and legislative framework is blunt, but they are imperfect, as all legislation can be. Much of our investigative work is done through the so-called office desk surveillance, where we investigate the merits of the information we receive through our own registries, various tip-offs, information shared by other authorities and labour inspectors. We also spend a lot of time investigating the validity of documents provided to us through posting declarations and permit applications, taking into account the stringent requirement of domestic legislation, as well as the high risk of exploitation posed to these types of workers. Based on this work, we then evaluate the need for further action on our behalf, and this sometimes results in targeted inspections, often in coordination with the other authorities or social partners. We also collaborate with other authorities on informal grounds, as well as parts of special initiatives. As I've said before, we find that the collaboration with our social partners, particularly on inspection level, is very valuable, as they are active in their work and have regular contact with their own people. Most of the labour unions belonging to the Icelandic Confederation of Labour have a team of field inspectors that visit companies and work sites and establish contact with workers and provide them with knowledge about their rights. This provides them with a good oversight of current trends and possible risk indicators. Given how much ground these inspectors manage to cover, we do try our best to provide them with assistance when needed, and this is very much a symbiotic relationship. Last winter, the Ministry of Social Welfare established a working group on social dumping and work-related crimes, which resulted in a report published in January 2019. The report made many suggestions for improved legislation, best practices, and cooperation on the relevant authorities. I would also like to mention that the government is currently initiating improved measures towards the combat of trafficking of human beings, and the comprehensive review is being carried out under the lead of the Ministry of Justice. The Nordic-Baltic Undeclared Work Programme is a sub-programme of the EU Platform for Undeclared Work. The Directorate of Labour has participated since its establishment, and we recognise that this is a project that has provided us with knowledge, contacts, and opportunities we would otherwise not have been able to carry out, and has already proven its worth in both improving our practices and assisted in real-life inspection cases. Here you see the necessary action and priorities which the working group I mentioned before from January 2019 has placed in the foreground of their work. This report has also brought to the existence the Joint Task Force for Authorities, as well as a committee for legislative amendments on a ministry level. It has also proposed the establishing of a formal cooperation forum for government and social partners for developing a clearer path towards combating illegal activity. The four authorities, the Directorate of Labour, OSH, Tax, and Metropolitan Police, have also begun to formalize our cooperation by establishing a joint task force which will be founded on a formal agreement between the authorities. A legislative mandate will also hopefully be in place by next spring. The task force has already begun its work, drafting the agreement, doing necessary analytical work, running test cases, as well as trying to figure out our need for resources and legislative amendments. The idea of the task force draws upon both the Norwegian model as well as how other Nordic and Baltic states are running their labour market inspections. In this case, the Nordic Undeclared Work Project has been very helpful in providing us with both insight and best practices. And we find that by being given a formal status and a mandate by the government gives us added weight in our work and hopefully will grant us better competences going forward. The purpose of the task force is to reinforce and coordinate the labour market surveillance and promote compliance to the labour market rules and collective agreements. The aim is for the authorities to improve knowledge and collaborate on analysing patterns and behaviour of companies involved in severe labour market breaches, as well as tax evasion, Phoenix activity, and etc. We are to coordinate and join efforts resulting in more targeted inspections and coordinated administrative measures, thus improving our use of time, funds, and manpower. And by this, we do hope to yield better results and increase the preventative effects of our work. By formalizing our cooperation, we also commit our own authorities to be mindful of labour market exploitation in a more holistic, global manner, identifying repeated offenders and risk indicators for severe breaches. In our experience, an employer that is willing to cut corners and violate one aspect of the labour law is more likely to have done so elsewhere, for example, in his tax returns or in the safety measures for its employees. This is what we want to address in our work and down the road prevent. And if we are to succeed in our work, particularly the work of the Joint Task Force, the government as well as the authorities involved must devise a clear and comprehensive direction in terms of illegal labour market activity. We must reinforce analytical work and knowledge in the field, and the authorities must be supported and encouraged not only to cooperate on national level, but across borders as well. If we are to succeed, we cannot rely on a patchwork of reactive, after-the-fact remedies, but a more holistic, long-term commitment from all authorities involved, as well as on ministry level. Financing for labour market surveillance must be ensured not only on a reactive, yearly basis, but as a long-term plan accounting not only for manpower, but research and resources. The first step would be to provide funding for the Joint Task Force in the coming fiscal year, or better yet, for the next 4 years. We must analyse and push through the legislative improvements that are necessary to facilitate the Joint Task Force and authority cooperation. This is particularly important in the case of illegal Phoenix activity. We also need to devise better legislation aimed at the repeated and severe violations of labour law and personal rights we see today. A better penal code clause concerning the labour exploitation must be introduced, as well as the administrative sanctions that not only require improvements on isolated cases, but also act in a preventative manner against the most heinous of labour exploitation. Despite my critique, there is still a lot of excellent work being done on all fronts, and we are in fact going forward. However, we need to do better, and we must do so as a uniform front, otherwise things are bound to slip through our nets. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Edda. Okay, and now we will have Sweden and Norway on stage. It's Magnus Falk and Paul Lund who are going to present Undeclared Work, a Nordic project that you're working on. Is that right? Yes. And you will both stand up simultaneously, okay? Okay. Please. Hey.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invite. This was an invitation that was extended to us already last year when we were having a seminar in Sweden looking into these issues also, and it was UNR who extended that to us, and we're very happy for this. This is sort of a sales pitch, I would say, for the Nordic Baltic, as you can see. I put in the beginning, we just had the Nordic countries. Now in the second project, which Paul will talk about, we have the Baltic countries also. But since this is a sales pitch for this project, I would also like to just make a sales pitch for another project, just for your knowledge. In connection to what Paul was talking about in the morning regarding the future work, we're also conducting a work on the future work, Nordic future work group, I would say, within the labor inspectorates. And we have come quite far, I would say, and we will release some of our conclusions in the spring next year and hand them directly over to the Director Generals of the Labor Inspectorates, who has promised me that they will make some practical issues about that also, that they should have some sort of an impact on the ground, so to speak. To begin with, Magnus Falk, yes, we're providing you with easy names now, finally. I'm the acting head of a unit for international affairs at the Swedish Work Environment Authority. I'm also the Swedish representative for the platform for undeclared work, which the Commission is heading, the European Commission.
Yes, I'm Paul from Norway. Most common name on Iceland today, Norwegian name. I'm working at the Labor Inspectorate as a special advisor, coordinating our international relations when it comes to undeclared work. I'm also Norway's representative to the platform undeclared work. And I will tell you more about the project we are in after Magnus. Thank you.
Yes, so we have some sort of a division in former, what has been done, and what is being done right now within this project. When I was doing this presentation together with Paul, we thought that we should start big. And we realized quite soon this morning that everybody's going to say the same thing, like we wanted to say. It started off with the minister, and then ended very powerfully with Edda, sort of talking now on the needs and so on very much. But we will try to keep your interest up as regards this project. Firstly, I would just like to commend Iceland in the participation in this work group, or this project as a whole. When we started, it was a very small, quick decision we took within the platform members, Nordic platform members. In fact, we were sitting at dinner in Brussels, and somebody said, I can't remember who, shouldn't we do something together? And the others went, yes, of course we should, because we had been discussing that day all the kind of examples of challenges that we see on the shared work market. And then somebody said, but we need money, we need resources. So we sort of looked into the ways that we could seek financing from the European Commission. And you can see on this slide, we have financed by the European Commission. That is something that we're obliged to have to show our gratitude, of course, that they gave us these resources. Because we wouldn't have been able to have this project without those resources. You know, it's easy to say that we will provide the personnel, but then everything costs, especially if you're going to do something cross-border with travel, hotels, planning, all that kind of stuff. Also, I would like to point out Edda, Tanya over there, Elsa, for an excellent work within this project. It has been fantastic to work with you. And I hope that we will be working together onwards also in different ways when we formalize this. That's our vision. So, this is a little bit about what I was saying that we already know in this room today, since we've heard it from so many others. So what are we dealing with? We're dealing with that employers do not provide protective devices, they do not pay for training or the skills needed. They allow hazardous work tasks to get the work quickly done. They are paying wages off the books, entrepreneurial income is not reported, forced labor even. It should be mentioned that within this project and the platform for undeclared work, we're working, the definition of undeclared work is work which is not illegal as a definition of the work. It's not just that it's accounted for to the authorities, tax authorities, for instance. But we also managed to slide into the sort of more work-life criminality, the shadow economy and things like that. But within this work, we're trying to aim towards the undeclared work as such. And this is also something that you've heard today. The representative for the Labour Association quite nicely put it on target that we are having employees that are under quite severe pressure today on the work market, but we can understand them somehow also. I mean, it is the access to jobs, and you mentioned that also, that it's quite understandable that they come to our countries because they have other circumstances to live in their countries, of course, but they earn more and they accept worse working conditions because of that. So it's the access to jobs, but they get the poorer worker environment, the increased risk of injury, increased absenteeism, and loss of pension rights. And I mean, for the foreign workers coming to other countries, the pension rights is even, that's out of the question. But why do the employee do this then? What motivates them? Well, it's the reduced costs, fewer annual working units, and faster deliveries. And we know that all of us sitting here, we're living that life today. We want the thing that we bought over the internet quickly delivered, things like that. So the pace is increasing in society, and the pressure on the employees and the workers is very much increasing. But for the societal level, we can see quite a huge impact, and that was also mentioned today by Paul. It's a huge loss of income, tax revenues and other things that could be invested in safeguarding the workers on the work market. So, Edda rightly put some criticism in her speech because everything is not hunky-dory, of course. We have a really nice ongoing project, as you can see, but we see also considerable achievements in these countries that are participating because we are already strengthening the already sort of existing cooperation that was in place, but we're strengthening that. And we are also, I would say, creating a fantastic network, and not just amongst us working within this project, but also the inspectors. I mean, the inspectors taking part in this project have come back and said that they have learned a lot from their fellow inspectors in other countries. They have learned how the law, what the situation is and what they are dealing with, and they have been sort of discussing what kind of common solutions can we have and how can we work together in a better way and more efficient way cross-border in the future. We have had improved communications to stakeholders and greater involvement of social partners, and a wider awareness of the barriers and challenges and a better understanding of underclad work overall, I would say. And this is sort of the task also, and we were talking about that in the coffee break, that it's not just amongst us sitting here that should have this knowledge. It should be society as a whole, or everyone living in the society, everyone sort of making use of a transport delivery, as I said, or changing the roof of their house or something like that. Be aware of what this really is about. Yes, I said that I was going to talk a little bit about the first project then. We had, in fact, all 5 countries participating with 4 inspectors, and we had totally 20 inspections done. 59. 59 inspections. Paul was heading that work group. Sorry. I was sort of thinking, it sounded a little bit low. We produced a short film, because in this project we have different work groups. We have our focuses. We have the inspection, we have the communication part, and we have the analysis part. That time we have the 4th group, the cooperation with social partners, which Paul will talk about. But they've been working quite focused on their different tasks of producing material, not just sort of making inspections. And the short film, as you see there, was a really nice one, and it showed how sort of, and the work with the short film sort of also made aware of how good practices in the presentation could be done of that, and we did it in conjunction with the Platform for Underclad workshop, focusing on this also. And then we have also developed a process indicator which measures each country's conditions for facilitating this, and that is a really hard work, and this work is still ongoing in the second project also, to sort of see what kind of indicators that we can use to evaluate the combat of underclad work. So, Paul, please.
Thank you, Magnus. We considered the first little project as a pilot project. It lasted for 6 months, and The outcome was quite successful, we felt, but we also saw that we needed to go further. The work was not done by the first 6 months. So we applied for more money, more project money from the EU, and we got money for 18 new months of work, which we are now in the middle of. We will deliver a report next August, I think it is. So the activities is going on now. What we saw a need for was to continue to exchange personnel, to learn, to know each other. It's easier for an inspector if they see the need for bilateral cooperation to send an email or take the phone when they know the faces of the people in Iceland or Estonia or in Sweden. If you should go up that path every time you need to have cooperation between countries, the inspections or the activity will never happen. But when you know people, you know where to contact, and you know the limits for their competence, then it's much easier to start on the new tasks in the future. We also saw that, as Magnus said, that the effect evaluation, how to measure the effect of what the authorities are doing, it's not that easy. So the working group we set up for effect evaluation, they concluded that, okay, we have come so far, but we need more time, more resources to be better to do effect evaluations. Therefore, the new project is organized with Sweden as the project leader. They are taking care of all the business regarding papers and budgets and so on, which is quite a lot of job when it comes to EU money. And they also pushing the other people in this group, in the working groups, to do their part of the job. We have a steering group with participation from all 7 countries. 7 because it's the 5 Nordic, and we also invited the Baltic countries, and Estonia and Latvia said yes. Lithuania was very interested to participate, but they didn't have the human resources to participate. So that's why they are not in the project. They had the will, but not the resources. Then we have 4 work groups, which is working in parallel. The biggest one is the work group of inspections, where we have 28 inspectors and lawyers from the labor inspectorates going to other countries. And as Magnus said, the last project they had 59 inspections. I haven't got the number now because they are still doing the inspections cross-border. This is to learn from each other. Inspectors to be an inspector is a skill in its own, and it's methods, it's how to develop tools to do the inspections better, how to communicate with mostly foreign workers, and so on and so on. So there's a lot of things to exchange practice on. Then we have the working group prevention and communication. Because, believe it or not, the labor inspectorates is not only into inspections, we are also trying to do preventive work. And we are obliged through legislation to give correct information and available information to both workers and companies. And that can be done in many different ways with many different tools. We have the social media, we have the advertisement on TV, newspapers, and so on. And this differs from country to country, and it's different experiences from country to country. So again, it's about to learn from each other what worked well in Sweden, what didn't work well in Sweden, and the same in Iceland, what is working well there, and then bring home ideas. The ideas are shared for free between the countries, and that's a good thing. Then we have the working group of knowledge, effect, and analysis, which both Magnus and me have said a little bit about. Their main task now is to make an effect evaluation possible for us. I hope they will succeed this time. And if they don't succeed, it's not because we got the best people into this, but in all forums everybody's talking about the effect of fight against undeclared work. And it's not easy. There's no simple solution, no quick fix to this. Then we have the work group cooperation. We have the main tasks here is 2 seminars. We had a seminar in Tallinn, Estonia, with authorities coming together to share how authorities are working together on a national basis. There were labor inspectorates, tax authorities, police, revenue, and so on. And then we had a seminar in Copenhagen last month for the social partners. They met with the labor inspectorates. In both these seminars, there were more than 20 people attending, and again, the aim was to share good practice, to discuss what is the obstacles, and to establish contacts for future work, and to boost more cooperation. I'm happy to see many familiar faces around tables here, because I see both inspectors and officials from the authorities that have attended our activities. And I hope that you learned something and that you made contacts. What is also important here is that all countries, all the 7 countries, are participating in these work groups. So it's a quite broad share of experience and possibilities to make contacts. What is the time for us now? You have more?
Yeah, we have time.
We have time, good. Yes. I've been into this. It's about the second project is running now. It will end next summer. But what is concerning us now is that we have a future impact of these 2 projects. That is not only a jippo, as we say in Norway, maybe you also say that. It's not something we do for a project and then we go on without taking knowledge from these projects. We hope that it becomes natural to cooperate between authorities on a national basis. We hope it's becoming important and seen as successful to involve the social partners in the work of the authorities. And we want this to be the way we are working in the future, also after the project. And we are very happy that we have learned that our general directors of the labor inspectorates, they are very into this. They want us to continue after the project. But as with everything, it's all about resources, it's about money, it's about human resources. So our hope is that we can continue the good work after the project. And Magnus, you have some final words.
Sounded quite solemn. Well, this was your slide, but anyhow.
It was my slide.
Yes.
Yes, I have said it.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. We are like conjoint twins, Paul and I. This is how we work together. Very flexible. No, but looking ahead, it's as you can understand and see that we are very happy with the progress of this project, and especially also that we went on with the second project. But are we sort of also looking ahead on a third project? No, that's not the aim, I think. Maybe somebody will pop up and say, yes, wouldn't that be a good idea? But for me and the ones working with this, and you heard Edda, especially in her speech, we are looking to formalize this. And you do it in all the countries by themselves, nationally, but also in a formalized way cross-border. So we have this structured way of working, sharing information, and it should be in a quick manner. I don't know if we have to invent new tools. There are already tools that are applicable, like the SLIC KSS tool and the IMI, which is now evolving undeclared work module in itself also that you can use. But we need to have quicker information, sharing of information cross-border. But you mentioned that Lithuania wasn't a part of the project, and I would like to say on the topic of dissemination, we are going to do quite a lot of dissemination activities in this project also in the spring, but also after the project has ended, because we think that it's not enough, like Paul said, that we work with this for ourselves, but we need to spread the word. And we are, through the Platform for Underclad Work, we're also going to push for this knowledge leverage of this, what has come out of this project. And we will also work very heavily to ensure adequate mandate and knowledge among different authorities. And that's not just sort of like also nationally, but also cross-border, like very much in Paul's working group, there is a lot of focus on getting the network in between different authorities going also. And I had the privilege to talk to the Nordic Director Generals at their meeting a week ago and present this work. And they were very supportive of the work. And I was very happy to hear them say that and discuss it in front of me, and saying that they will sort of see for themselves that there will be adequate resources in their authorities, respective authorities, but also talk to other authorities nationally. And I was also happy to hear, like I said in the beginning, the minister mentioning this project as a prioritized work. So this is very much an ongoing work, and you will see more of it, and we will try to be as open as possible as we can and share everything with you. And please come back and ask us questions. And you can also go into these websites, and you're going to get this PowerPoint. And it was a lot of words on every slide, and we did that intentionally because it would be sort of self-explanatory. And at the last slide, you can see some really good links, which you can click on. And the last one is the Platform for Underclad Work link. And I will just also make a final sales pitch there then, and that is that the Platform for Underclad Work has on their website a fantastic production of reports, results of seminars and different things, and toolkits, things like that, but also a virtual library that you could go in and search, type in keywords and search, and I will bet that you get a lot of different good information from that if you just go in there. So that was the last sales pitch from me. Thank you very much. And I think there was some possibility for questions, or?
Yes, there is. Actually, you managed to stop well in advance, so now we have the possibility for questions, and we are taking up the questions that we had earlier from the Slido. Let's take them then, but later, if there is now someone in the room who would like to ask a question directly to Paul and Magnus, this would be the opportunity.
It's late in the day.
Yeah.
Can answer the first question here up in yellow.
How important is the cooperation between different countries? Yeah, maybe you can answer that.
I would say it's quite essential, because as you have told us here from Iceland, it's the same experience we have in Norway, and we have in all these countries. Also the eastern countries are now facing the same problems as we have. The problem, or it's not starting as a problem, the mobility of workers. It's a good thing because we need them. We need construction workers in Norway, you need them in Iceland. They also need them now in Poland, they need them in Estonia. And they come from other countries with lower wages. And the companies also often come from other countries. And if you want to break the law, or you want to earn money in an unfair way, the best thing you can do is crossing borders, because authorities not always have the best tools to control when you are crossing borders. Where are you paying your pension? Where are you paying your salaries? What kind of salary should you pay? Should you pay the home salary or the local salary? There's a lot of possibilities to hide money away. And therefore we need to cooperate. It's not easy to cooperate between countries. Yeah, but it's enough.
That's enough. I want you to talk about this.
About ELA, yes.
Okay, there is a new question. How do you see the role of
ELA, European Labour Authority. Yes, I know. I understand why you wanted me to proceed, because to talk about what I know best, Norway, we have agreements with 6 countries. Agreements that we can cooperate on inspections and how we should do it, how we should pay for it, and so on. But no countries want to cooperate if it's nothing in it for them. It has to be something for them. And as some of you, or maybe all of you know, in June, the EU established a new authority, the European Labour Authority, ELA, which you will hear much about in the future. It will be located in Bratislava in Slovakia, and there will be one national liaison from every country. Also, Norway and Iceland is invited to send liaisons to Bratislava. The idea is that if Norway has a problem involving, for example, Italy, then our liaison can go to the next door, knock on the door to the Italian liaison and ask, is this a case we could collaborate on and work together on? And ELA is there to help it. They will pay for travels, translations, all administrative things. So it's a hub for cooperation between countries. In the future, you might not need anymore to have bilateral agreements between Norway and Poland. You have the door next to you in Bratislava. So ELA will definitely help on cooperation between countries.
So very positive then.
It's very positive, yes, definitely.
That's my view also.
And not to forget, ELA will also have preventive work. They will give information and information campaigns and so on. So, yes.
Last, Birgitte.
No, there's a question, one more question, but yeah,
I just
please.
finish off the ELA. The platform for undeclared work is going into the new authority as a work group, and will continue its work supporting the authority, the European authority, with a focus on undeclared work.
When is this authority going to start working?
I would say that it has already sort of had its inaugural meeting, but it will be up and running next year. I would say in the end of next year they will have officers employed and so on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you find that labor inspectorates and their inspectors are willing and to adopt new methods to deal with undeclared work? Is there a willingness to adopt new methods?
It's a very good question, definitely. And I think we should say yes, but it needs to be organized in a way that is very clear what you are working on, because labor inspectors and the inspectorates, they are used to work with occupational safety and health, OSH matters. That's the backbone of every inspector since the first labor inspectorates 125 years ago. And to change focus towards undeclared work and working together with other authorities, it takes something for the inspectors. So it's training, it's the will to do it, it's a lot of personal skills involved in doing this. But when we find the right people and we put them together and they get this as a specific task, yes, they can do it.
But there are challenges. Yeah.
There are challenges, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. I think that the specific questions to these presentations we have taken now, I might ask still, do you find that there are obstacles in the Nordic cooperation that you see in some things that makes it difficult for you to cooperate? Gränshinders, that we call them in Swedish.
Sorry?
Gränshinder.
Gränshinder.
Yeah, between our countries,
that
makes it difficult to cooperate in practice?
Well, of course, it's the information sharing part. Always, every time you come into sort of cross-border work and also working with other authorities, naturally you have the information sharing, the Secrecy Act and everything, that the GDPR and stuff like that. But I would say resources and priorities are in fact some challenges that we meet when we work with this, because like Paul sort of implied, that the labor inspectorates are working and focusing, and they have their own way of working for a long time. And when we come in with this kind of stuff, and that touches upon shadow economy, work-life criminality, working with the police, and things like that, then there's a lot of challenges and obstacles and things to think about, in fact. So different priorities and the resources that we see that we need to increase the focus on this work. In Sweden especially, I would say, we need to increase the percentage of inspections that are done focusing on undeclared work. But we're getting there. So we have our new department in Mölndal in Sweden looking into this, and they are sort of pushing quite hard this topic, and we will probably raise the level of inspections being done focusing on undeclared work, in fact.
I would also invite you to suggest an EVA course or an EVA workshop on this topic. I mean, we are there for you to create Nordic education for things that are important for the Nordic countries, and now would be the time to think about our events for 2021. So we should actually...
I will take that on board.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you so much.
Okay, then we will thank Magnus and Paul.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for the panel discussion, isn't it? Yeah, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I would invite Paul Molander, Espen Nikolaisen, Sigurdur Hannesson, Drifa Snedal, and Gissur Petersson to the stage, please. Let's, We only have 3 tables, but I think that maybe you can share some of the information. Yeah. Borde vi dra den här på hit? Så kan du stå där och så får vi en till här. Yeah, if you would move to that side. Okay, now most of you have introduced yourself, but we have some new people on the stage actually. So I would start by, if you would take the microphones and see that there is sound in them, and you would just introduce yourself to the audience so that they know who is on stage. I don't know.
Já, góðan daginn. My name is Gissur Petersson, and I'm the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Social Affairs, and I'm here on behalf of my minister who was here this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, so I presented myself earlier, Espen Nikolaisen from the City of Oslo, work as Head of Section for Sustainable Procurement in the Central Procurement Unit.
Hello, my name is Sigurdur Hannesson, and I'm the Director General for the Federation of Icelandic Industries.
Hello, my name is Drifa Snedal. I'm the President of the Icelandic Confederation of Labour.
And the microphone to Paul.
Okay. Yes, again, Paul Molander, Director General of the National Institute of Occupational Health in Norway.
Okay, so now we know who is participating in the panel. I have a few questions that I've given to the panelists in advance so that they have thought about what to say. But after that, we're going to look at the questions that you people had. And also, if you have questions, meanwhile, please either put them on the wall or just wave, and you will get a microphone, and you will be given the opportunity to ask the panel. So we have heard a lot of interesting things today about the future working conditions. I have asked you to think about the most important challenge that you think from your perspective we have in the Nordic countries when it comes to good working conditions in the future. You can answer either for your own country or more in general for the Nordic countries. What would you choose would be the challenge that you find the biggest? Would you like to start there, Gisur?
Yes. Thank you very much. I would try to respond to the questions that you sent us. I would say, from my point of view, or shall we say from my country, as safety comes, of course, first. That has been mentioned here this morning also. It's actually interesting to think a little bit of our situation here in Iceland, which is a fishing nation. How tremendous process has gone on in the fishing industry. There were, under the years when I was young, always news about seamen or fishing boats going down. This is not happening now as it was before, and it is definitely because the safety propaganda that has been carried out under the years, education for fishermen and etc. So that's a good example what you can achieve if there is a full backup behind. So I would say that the first and the most important rule for a working place is safety. And then afterwards comes, of course, that the working place should be a place you like to be at, and it makes you a better person. Calls from the best thing from yourself. That's the best future workplace I could imagine.
Yeah. So I think I'll talk about what I know, which is a little bit about construction and the city of Oslo. What they might think is the biggest problems there that we see. And I think one of the main issues there regarding preventing work-related crime is informing the people working about their rights, especially the people coming from new countries, what their rights are according to minimum wages, working hours, and so on. And also making them understand the importance of following these rules and making them able to see that this is something they also need to live by, even though the wages in Norway is much higher than in their home country. I think it's important that they also understand that this is important for them to follow this in Norway as well and obey by the Norwegian rules. And I...
Can I challenge you a little bit there? But what if they might lose their job if they start to tell their employer that, you know, I know my rights and this is what I want? How do you find that? How can you get to that?
Yeah, I think one of the things that the City of Oslo is saying in their new political platform is that they would like more people to be a part of a trade union, to increase the amount of people being in trade unions. And I think that would help if you have the backing of a trade union. It will be easier for you to stand in that situation and do something about it. But of course that's a problem, we know. But I think that would help. And you need clear signals from us as the city, as a contract client, to tell them that you need to give us notice if you see something wrong. Then we will try and help you the way we can, and support you in the way that's possible for us to do.
Okay, next one.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to talk about safety as Gissur, and then on the technological advances like relating to the fourth industrial revolution and the challenges to that. So in recent decades, there have been positive and welcome changes in the work environment in many parts of the economy. Firms have made a concerted effort to increase worker safety, improve facilities, allow more flexibility, and reduce the risk of discrimination and bullying. One after another, firms have implemented the Icelandic equal pay standard so as to ensure that workers can capitalize on their abilities irrespective of gender or other circumstances. As Gissur mentioned, an outstanding example of this when it comes to safety is the reduction of accidents at sea. Fatal accidents have virtually been eliminated, whereas for much of the 20th century, devastating accidents were a regular occurrence. In the same manner, work is underway to reduce the frequency of accidents in fish processing facilities. It's very important as well. Now, the tourism industry has made decisive efforts in this regard, and it's very common that firms have implemented quality and safety standards. Accidents in the construction industry give cause for concern, and a systemic response is warranted. Now, one of the challenges in this area is the large number of foreign workers and the resulting language barriers. On the fourth industrial revolution, I would say that adaptability to change is the most important challenge in this regard. We have shared responsibility for helping people to adapt to changed circumstances. Now, we have seen major changes in this respect over the past 100 years in this country. And we've seen that the Icelandic labor market adapts well to change, as we have seen in the past decades with changes to the composition of sectors, with more focus on sectors driven by technology rather than on natural resources. So this is a good sign because we've seen that industrial revolutions have driven growth. In the beginning of 20th century, Icelanders were mainly farmers. Iceland was late to adapt to new technology, but it happened then very quickly after that when we started. So now we have more diversity in the labor market. We have managed to create more valuable jobs. We have opened up our labor market with the EEA agreement. We very much welcome people from abroad to come to Iceland to work, and we want that there are opportunities for everyone in the labor market. It's of course always possible to do better, and the goal must be to ensure that people in the labor market have the best possible circumstances at any given time.
Okay, so you see new safety threats because of you have language barriers and maybe unskilled workers in the workforce?
Yes, at least the language barriers are creating some problems.
Yeah. Is this the same in Norway, in the Oslo?
In the construction sector, this is of course a problem. So in the Oslo model, we've set in some contract requirements regarding language, which is to make sure that the people working on the construction sites are able to talk to each other. So I think, at least one person should talk the language of all the other people on the same team when they're working together, and that's one of the reasons to promote health and security at the construction sites. So that's an issue that we're trying to address, also through the model.
Okay. let's move on here in the panel for the first question. Yes,
Yes,
please.
thank you.
Yeah.
So many good words have been spoken, and I can only say that I share your worries about people coming from abroad, not knowing the culture, who is here at the workplace, or what rights they have. And we are also very concerned about young people. These are the two main groups that we are concerned about in Iceland, young people and people coming from abroad who are in lack of information about their rights and duties on the Icelandic labor market. One of the most important challenges ahead is, of course, the same challenge as we have in any given time, people coming safe to work and coming safe home back again, knowing their rights, having a formal relationship, employee-employer relationship that's formalized. And in that aspect, I think that the main challenge ahead of us lies in the threat of gig economy, lies in the threat of loosening this structure that we have luckily in the Nordic labor market and is the foundation of the Nordic well-being. Strong employer associations, strong labor unions, strong connection between employee, employer, and regulation around that. I am a bit worried about the atmosphere in the world today, saying that young people want to be free, they want to be their own employers, they want to go to this job this time and this job another time, not being chained down by employment contract. This is wrong. I have never met a young person who does not want security in their working life. But this is a great threat, and we see it mainly in the UK with the 0-hour contracts. We see it in the discussion of Uber entering the Nordic countries, which results in unsafe working conditions, lower pay, in some cases higher fee for taxis, and unsecurity for those who are taking the taxis. So it's a lose-lose situation for everyone, but somehow this is put in a glorious package, that this is the future. So my main concern is that future and gig economy is somehow intertwined, and talk about that being part of the future. And I think this is a great threat, and we really, really have to stand against it, because everyone loses, individuals and the society as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you actually were the first person today to mention gig economy. We haven't been talking about that yet. I think that maybe we will come back to that in the panel. If we let Paul have his first speech first, and then we'll get back to the gig economy. Yeah, Paul.
Yes, I think the main challenge for the Nordic work life is to preserve our really great benefit in competition in gradually more globalized world. And if you look at international comparisons, scientifically based comparisons, we see that the work demands in the Nordic countries are higher than most of the countries in the EU. So we have higher demands, not only with regard to quantitative measures, but also with regard to qualitative measures. Emotional demands, and they are also been increasing. And that is something we need, because we are high-cost countries. So we need that. But how do we preserve that in a changing world? We have been doing that in a very sustainable way in the Nordic countries by balancing that with high degree of autonomy. So the workers are invited into taking decisions the Nordic leadership has been world leading in that. But with digitization, with all those new trends, we fear that the autonomy part will be reduced. Then automatically the demands must also be reduced, because that is a very fine-tuned balance. And we need high demands in order to have, because we are high-cost countries. So that is my great concern. And after hearing the discussion here today also, I think that we are now in a phase in Iceland especially, but also in many of the other countries, where we are constructing a lot of things. We are building stuff, building buildings, but we need to build something more than buildings. We need to build sustainable work environments in the future that goes beyond safety at work. That's important, but we need to preserve also the mental health issues that really are growing as tremendous challenges in society. And work is the key to preserve that, also in regard of inclusion, in order to have a high well-functioning welfare system. So we need to take that into account. Then we have to dig deeper than just the risks that you can see with your eye. You need to have a deeper definition of OSH.
Would you like to respond something to the gig economy question that we had here? We haven't been discussing that earlier today, but maybe a comment from
Yes, I think you explained it quite perfectly. The gig economy is very nice and a good thing for very young people until they reach the age where they need to have a loan, they need to have a place in kindergarten, etc. So it's basically a thing for people who are very attractive in a very good labor market, or for young people who's taking part-time jobs as students, etc. Otherwise, I think the Labour Inspectorate in Norway did an investigation some years ago and asked young people if they wanted to have a permanent position or contemporary positions like in the gig economy, and it was 90% or something who said, of course, we want a permanent position.
And also, I've seen international studies that it's a very small percentage of people in the Nordics or in Europe that works in the gig economy. Yeah. Although we talk about it as a mega trend that is coming.
This project that you see on that board has really showed that it's a very, very short percentage in the Nordic countries.
Yeah, please.
Well, I just want to comment a little bit about that, because it sneaks up on us a bit. And there I'm talking about, people working in Handels in Sweden, people working in offices, in shops, etc. The trend now is what's it called in Sweden, hyvlande. They are just employed as 40% employment, but they actually work 100%, which give the employer time to say, no, I don't need you this day, you can come tomorrow, etc. So this gig economy, or loosening of the employee-employer relationship, is sneaking up on us in various forms, and we have to be very alert. And of course here in Iceland as well, in the tourism industry, where we know that young people, 16 to 20, they are on Facebook page of the cafe that they work on, and they get a message, who can come today, who can come tomorrow, etc. So we have to be very, very alert, and it goes so much against our Nordic model, the cornerstone of our well-being here in the Nordic countries. So yeah, be alert.
Any other comments from the panel on this gig economy question?
Just a short
comment. Yes, Paul.
Because it's just recently been a very interesting strike in Norway, where the employees in the company Fodora, who is bicyclists who is delivering food on the doors to people, they went to strike and did a very visible strike in the media picture, and they won after some weeks. And now they have got also a collaborative agreement, although they are a part of the platform economy, which is sort of the same as the gig economy as well. So it can be placed right in the middle of the organized work life, although it's based on a app and a platform.
Yeah, that's a good example. We have seen videos about that, at least some of us, on the Future Work Conference. Any other comments from you panelists on the gig economy or platform work question?
Well, I would like to add a little bit. I would say if I'm here speaking on the government's behalf, then it's very important for us to have a well-structured labor market as we have had for the recent years. Strong and well-organized labor union, strong and well-organized union of the employers, easier to have a discussion, easier to implement new rules or things that we believe that are important for the labor market. And I can also I'm also agree on that that the gig economy comes sort of from in our back a little bit. We have heard complaints here in this country, for example, from young people who are going on parental leave, that they do not get what they expected because they haven't been active, engaged or engaged to the labor market on a regular basis. Then you don't get all the rights that you have. That also does with the unemployment benefit system. So it comes in on a many aspects, but this is a very big challenge, I believe. Even though it's as you said, a small part, still a small part, then it is a challenge to how we should approach this new situation. Hopefully the big project will give us some answers.
Yeah, the Future of Work project. Let's hope for interesting results in November next year. We have had a question. No, it just went off the wall about the gig economy. Can we get that back or? The gig economy should conform to our system. Do we need to rethink our system instead? Will buyer behavior change as needed to fit? So if I understand this right, the gig economy is coming, and should we rethink our systems instead of vice versa? I think the panel was quite clear on this, but would you still like to answer this specific question?
Yes, I can do that. What I was warning about is that this idea that the gig economy is the future and we cannot do anything about it. So that's the idea I was warning about, and I stand very firmly on that we have had this model, Norwegian model, no, Nordic model, sorry.
It's okay.
Not everything is from Norway.
Yes. Which I think actually is a very good cornerstone for the future as well. So, in my opinion, revision is not needed.
Yeah, we have worked hard to come where we are when it comes to an organized labor market, you're right. Then some questions about the Oslo model. It has raised interest. I saw other questions here earlier too, but let's take this one. To the Icelanders in the panel, what's your opinion on the Oslo model? Is that unrealistic in Iceland? Or realistic? Unrealistic?
I can only say that everything they do in Norway, we can also do here.
Yeah, you have to say that at least. Yeah. But would one of you want to answer that?
we are in the process of reviewing our legislation and regulation. And there is no secret that we, of course, look very closely to Oslo and to Norway. So we have tons of best practices to get from there, especially regarding cooperation between institutions, between social partners, etc. So yes, we are looking very closely at Norway and Oslo.
And from the Oslo side, would you like to give some useful ideas to your colleagues in Iceland? What are the most challenging steps in getting where you are now with your model? Big question.
Yeah, big question. I think I'll just start with saying, so the Oslo model, we're trying, or the politicians in Oslo want this to be a national model. So that's their first objective. They think it's a great model to prevent work-related crime, and the trade unions like it very well. They probably think we do not go far enough. But it's a good start where we have taken some good steps in preventing work-related crime. And we're happy to share what we do. We had meetings with Copenhagen and many other people where we presented the Oslo model. And they like what they see, and they like the HMS reg system, which I presented earlier. And I think I don't think it's anything special about Oslo or Norway in the sense that shouldn't make it possible to do the same thing here in Iceland and the other Nordic countries. So yeah, we're happy to share at least.
Okay, does the Oslo model apply to service contracts also? That's the next question on the wall.
Yeah, it was, yes, it does in what we would call risk sectors in the service business as well. So the Oslo model is mostly aimed at the construction sector, but when you, for instance, buy services for electricians or carpenters and so on, we try to apply the same model. And we're expanding the Oslo model into the health sector as well, with some adjustments, but yeah, quite a lot of the provisions that's in the Oslo model can be used in different sectors as well.
I also saw a question earlier about documentation about the Oslo model. Is there available something that people could use or study more closely what you've done or what you do?
So I'm not sure if it's in English, but at least we have, so the city government made a decision where they implemented the Oslo model into the municipality of Oslo. So, and there we explain the reason behind the provisions and so on. So this is of course available, and of course all the contract provisions are available as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and then you can put that in Google Translate, and then you get it in any language.
Yeah, it
right?
might be in English, I'm not sure. But
yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so there is at least something to learn about the Oslo model out there. And I'm sure that you will be happy to answer questions if people have afterwards. And maybe your presentation can be distributed after the conference. Okay, good. Any more comments on the Oslo model or what we can learn from Norway? We have. Has the Oslo model resulted in direct higher costs for the city? Have they been assessed compared to benefits?
It's quite difficult to say if there's been additional costs because these projects are big constructions projects mostly where we use it, and it's not easy to see if the reason for a higher price in one kindergarten to another kindergarten. So we haven't done anything especially to measure if there's higher cost, but the reports that we're getting from our construction companies within the city is that they haven't seen at least a dramatic increase in cost worth mentioning. So I would say the answer is no, as far as we can see, but there might have been. Okay, so I'm not sure, but we haven't seen a high increase at least. But we're getting reports from the contractors that it's difficult to fulfill all these measures. Okay, so we've put a high threshold to get into our contracts, and of course that has some costs for them. And it's only been going on for about 2 years since we decided on the Oslo model. So it will take some time before we see the full effects, and when we start the follow-up on the project and the contract provisions as well, it might lead to higher costs in the future, because they say the contractors see that they have to do more things to make sure that they fulfill the contract provisions. So maybe in the future there will be a higher cost, but so far we haven't seen it directly, at least. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, maybe we'll. Okay, one more Oslo question. Would Icelandic employers support Oslo model?
Well, at the moment we are improving the regulations, as Drífa mentioned, and there are some models that are being considered. At the moment it's more or less about the chain liability, but we would be open to look at other options like the Oslo model or anything else in that sense. Yes.
Now that you mentioned chain liability, we have a question here about that. How come the main contractor is the end of the chain? And not the client? How do the other Nordic countries do this? So how come the main contractor is at the end of the chain and not the end client or the client?
I think this is a very good question, and
yeah, it's a good question.
I would like to know the answer myself.
Okay.
To be honest.
Can you discuss this? Elaborate on it?
Not really. No. I think this is one of we asked ourselves the same question when we saw the bill coming in Parliament. So I would really much like to know how it's in the other Nordic countries.
Or maybe the government would like to answer.
Well, I saw this question earlier, and I thought that would be a bit of misunderstanding in it. I mean, the end of the first. I mean, you are a buyer. You are for example, we the government are doing a contract to some contractor, and that's a direct connection, and you as a government are not planning to cheat on anyone. That starts firstly at the next step. Do you understand what I mean? And then it maybe goes 10 levels down.
So maybe the one who posed this question thought that the buyer should be aware of what the seller is what
yes,
the supply chain looks like.
I don't think that there is a. I mean, I would say that the first contractor is the end of the chain.
Would you like to take the microphone?
Halldór.
Well, just to redirect, in the legislation on public procurement, it's stated that the buyer, in that case it could be FSR or whoever, is obliged to hold back money and pay directly to the workers of the main contractors or the subcontractors.
Okay.
So this is a little bit of misunderstanding.
Okay.
Okay, then we clarified that.
Sorry?
Yeah, please. Yes. I will give you the microphone and everybody can hear you. Now we get an interesting debate here.
Thank you. This is my question, but it doesn't only pertain to the
Please
responsibility.
keep the microphone closer.
Sorry.
Yes.
This is my question, and it doesn't only pertain to the responsibility, but also the surveillance mechanisms. We have been working in Norway with Byggekortet and Brønnøyregistrene and everything else, where we get some help, where we're not the only ones who are monitoring who is working where. So my question pertains maybe more to how are we supposed to do this when we are not the ones holding the financial incentives, and we're not able to discipline the whole market. We can't frame the market. The client can do that, especially in a bid process.
Yeah, would you like to add something? Or
Haldur is my expert in this field.
would you like to answer? No? Okay. You, yes. Yes.
I would like to clarify a little bit. The building market, we are trying to get the biggest client to get that standard in the contracts about the conditions of the workers. So to influence, we are trying to ask them, the clients, to put it in the contracts. Of course, the client pays it in the end, but there's a demand in the contract that the main contractors is trying to, fulfill these demands in the bid and the contracts. So why doesn't the client pays? The client pays at the end, but we are taking up the standard in the bid process and the work-related things while they are building. Thank you.
Okay, any more clarifications on this thing? The Oslo man wants to say something.
So I'm not an expert in this, so maybe somebody at the table correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in Norway the liability stops at the main contractor, so the city of Oslo will not be responsible. But it was a discussion if we should also be responsible for paying minimum wages and so on when the law was given, I think. And it's something that we're considering in Oslo, expanding this, but I'm not sure if it will lead to anything, but because, yeah, but there's some big issues if Oslo as a main contract or contract client should take that responsibility on behalf of some employee in third level subcontract or something. So yeah, but I'm not sure if yeah.
Okay, but obviously there's interesting things going on in this, and good luck to Iceland on the development on this. I'd like to shift the focus a little bit. I think that the question here came up during Paul Molander's keynote speech in the morning, and it's more of a general question. Are companies willing to spend extra profits due to automation to create better working environments? Is there enough short-term incentive for them? So in a way, if automation makes our companies more profitable, will there be an effect on better working conditions or incentive for the companies? I guess this is the question. Paul, would you like to try to?
Yes, I can start.
Yeah.
It's not a direct connection all the time, of course, and it's not the case that automation automatically gives better work environment, but it can. But I think the big message here with regard to have focus on work environment aspects is that it doesn't have to cost anything. It's not an investment, it's more about a mindset. And at least in Norway we have been able to shift our focus in that direction in our inclusive work-life agreement, which has not been in 2019 been renewed. And we have a focus on work environment aspects, because we have been able to communicate that it's beneficial not only for health and welfare, but also for competitiveness and also for good business. So this is on the mindset of the Norwegian employers also. Last year I gave a speech at the largest conference in Norway, run by the Norwegian Enterprises Confederation, where it was really a hot topic, and it was one of the lectures that were also rated highest by the financial environment in Norway. So we have very much focus on this, because the work environment aspects, the way we organize work in Norway, but also in the rest of the Nordic region, is very beneficial, and it's very important in a gradually more globalized world. So we need to take care of that benefit in a changing work life. So, but if you do an investment, as the question is, and that is based on a real need, and you do it knowledge-based, there are quite many and also a growing number of scientific papers showing that the investment pays back with many 100%. And it's also now good evidence that enterprises investing in psychosocial work environment, cultural aspects, mindset aspects, they do it better on their bottom line. Not only the investment pays back, but also in their general bottom line results, they do it better than other companies operating in the same markets.
What about the other panelists? Do you, for your own countries, see that there is an understanding that when you put money in work environment issues, you get more profitable business also? Is there this understanding?
I think in general that's the case. Yes, that employers realize that better working conditions create value. And but on the question specifically, I think that in this country we might be a bit behind the curve, meaning that first wages have increased, and that pushes employers to automation, to make use of technological advances, invest and then increase their profits again, because it was spent beforehand on wage increases. So at least I sense that has been the case here for the past few years.
Other comments on this question? Yeah, Paul?
Yeah. Because I think that if anything can be automized, if that's beneficial from a profit aspect, we should do it. That's the future. That's evolvement actually. But so it's nothing contrast in that, I think. But I think that if you want to take advantage of the benefits you will have from having a work environment, you need to dig deeper than just the safety aspects. In Norway, we had these big discussions in the petroleum sector, which is very big in Norway. And if the HSE regimes are too expensive, because we have the ambitions to be world leading and in safety in the petroleum sector in Norway. And of course, if you set the limits very high and you have safety regimes that are a very high standard, of course it's quite difficult to get that back. But we do it because we are afraid of big accidents in a very vulnerable nature and in the ocean, etc. But if you take it on the lower level at every workplace and you see what can we do about the work environment aspects, it's growing and evolving and strong evidence that it's beneficial also from the business point of view, not only from the health. So it's good for the country, it's good for enterprises, it's good for the employees. And it's a growing evidence for it.
There was was a comment there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I've been thinking a lot about this, you know, involvement, technology, and how it has been in the Nordic countries for the past decades. And it's true what Sigurður says. When we demand higher wages, and maybe wages in Iceland are very high compared to other countries, but the cost of living here is also very high. We always have to put that measurement intact. That pushes employers to more automation. And that can also be a fundamental incentive for the Nordic countries to do better, to evolve, put more into research and development, etc. So this plays together. And I also want to say that the labor union, the trade unions of the Nordic countries, have not resisted technology. In my point of view, I will not be very sad if hard, dangerous jobs, boring jobs, are replaced by machines, because I know that something else will come instead. So there is also this underlying consensus that the labor union do not resist development in technology. Thank you.
Thank you. We are actually starting to run out of time. I'd like to have a last comment from all of you on what you see as the most important step forward, and maybe if you could angle it a little bit like if there would be Nordic cooperation, what would be the next important step to do together? Would that be short answers from everyone? You can start there. Yes.
Thank you. Well, I would like to mention the extremely good cooperation we have had to the other Nordic countries in the recent years concerning these issues, future labor market, labor inspection, and things like that. We were preparing us for the general wage agreements here the last winter, and that's one good example that we called Paul Lund, and he was here 3 days later at a meeting, and that's a good example of how effective this cooperation between the Nordic countries is. And we have had that in many other areas as well, so that makes us stronger to tie us better together. I would say that the next crucial step are trying to do better in distributing informations. I would say that I sort of miss the better cooperation to the country, to the home countries of the foreign laborers who are here. We have, I believe, almost 90% of those who are here are Polish. We have tried, without any good results, of escalating the cooperation to Poland, to Poland authorities. Is it possible that we could join together in distributing information to workers before they come, or put up some information centers or something like that? That hasn't, nothing like that has happened yet, but I would see that would be a step that I would be excited to do. Then on our government's behalf, we have, one of the key factors that we were able to conclude general wage agreements this spring were at least plans to do better in the labor fighting against social dumping, and I mean we are full in, and hopefully with good results.
Yes.
Yeah, I won't say much. I think the most important thing is that we continue to work together, share experiences, as we've heard earlier today, as we do from Oslo, and what we heard that the Labor Authority are doing as well, and as we did do with other cities, share what we're doing and inspire each other to do more. So.
So we need to cooperate. Cooperation is the key to success, as we know. We need to keep on building the relationship between workers and employers. Relationship built on trust, and we have to. The challenge is to make working conditions to help people to adapt to change, and we do that, for example, with continuing education, and we have been doing that together, employers and workers, and we can do more in that field as an example.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nordic cooperation is a really important part of our work at the unions, and I actually have a pen to prove it. NFS, Nordisk Fackligt Samarbete. But I think we should cooperate very strongly in developing the best models, research and development, and we are in lack of research here in Iceland. We always hit that wall that we have to do more research. And I am a bit worried about our institutions, that they don't have the means to do that, that they are lacking in funding. And I very much want to strengthen these two institutions who are presented here. We actually want to join them to build a one strong institution, to be more fit for the challenges of the labor market, and we have presented that the past years. One thing I want to mention also in the big picture, we are striving to shorten working time in the labor market, and that is of course a huge OSH question. Thank you.
Well, I support everything that has been said here, but if just one final remark, in a time where everything in the work life changes more rapidly than the last decades, I think our focus is very much on the aim, on the target where we would like to go, and I think it would be beneficial if we complement that with also a discussion on what are the best things of our work life today that certainly also can fit into a new way of working if things will change dramatically. So I would like to have a focus also on that and what we need to preserve, because we have been world leading when the financial crisis hit. Of course, it hit quite hard in Iceland, but there have been some international economical studies that shown that the Nordic countries came through that phase because we have good work environment, good collaborative agreements, good tripartite collaboration. So I think we should look more closely to that, and that is one of the aspects of the future work projects as well, and how we can fit the new future into our model, and also the other way around, fit our model into the future and identify those things. And then we need more knowledge and we need more research.
Okay.
And peace in the world, of course.
Yes, of course. Thank you to the panelists. Give them an applause. Time flies when you have fun and interesting discussions. I think that we have come to the last talk of our conference day, and that would be actually the closing of the conference. Who would like to take the... Yeah, that's the one. You can have the... Would you like to stand at the podium, or... Yes. Hmm?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to say a few words here at the end to thank you on behalf of my minister, to thank you all for participating in this meeting and making it an important contribution to the dialogue of the future labor market. In particular, I would like to thank our foreign guests for their interesting presentations. They have come a long way. I would say that we will not get very far if we are not able to have an open discussion about future issues. And it is important that we always strive to find solutions instead of getting stuck into problems. I hope that that the debate here today has led us to at least one step in the right direction. I cannot avoid to mention that we had this beautiful choir here singing for us, and I would like to encourage you to sing as much as you can. Singing is a very powerful rehabilitation. You could see that while they were singing, how happy they were, and glad, and forgot everything, forgot their boring husband back home or the boss. So try to sing as much as you can. It's cheap and powerful. To those of you who have been preparing this conference, thank you very much for your contribution. I would like to call Birgitta and Cecilia from NIVA to stand up here, and we would like to give you here the last two presents from us for your wonderful moderation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from those of you from Vinnueftirlitið and Vinnumálastofnun who has been Þórunn or Unnur or much of you who have been preparing this conference, thank you very much. It's been very well appreciated. So, honorable guests, thank you very much for coming. The conference is closed.